can you please look up this thing?
See if we can figure out something.
Hi guys, looks like I'm recording in like a basement or something because the lighting is so weird. But my office has had its first coat of paint. Let's see, is that the brightest this goes? How about this one? Those shadows though. Hey Steve. Hey Paula. So no, not you. I wasn't talking to you. I have just found, I think this might be the judge that Josh told us about. 14th Judicial. I was watching a quick little mini trial there. We're going to have to speed through it though, because the next one's live and he tends to delete. Is this the one? Is this the first part? Let's see. 2 hours ago.
Good morning, everyone. If you will, please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and please be seated. All right, counsel, I know we had a preliminary discussion in chambers with Mr. Riley. We are now in the courtroom. Mr. Riley's present with counsel, appropriately attired. Is there anything we need to discuss before we bring in the jury? Mr. Hill, Ms. Smith? Yes, sir. I have a folder here that has my name on it.
Just a copy of the photographs, just about the copy of the trial notebook for your honor.
Okay.
As well as the witness list and evidence list.
Okay, and anticipate 9 witnesses from the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll stand as we bring in the jury.
I'm speeding through this, by the way.
Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court.
So basically now he's going to jury instructions, which I'm going to skip. I'm going to skip till opening statements.
With Ms. Cloud
Oh,
is on August 8th.
Whatsoever. Matters that require consideration
Or in Weewall
is necessary for a fair and orderly trial in this case. The parties now have an opportunity to make their opening statements. Ms. Smith.
Good morning. We're going to hear about events that happened on August 8th of last year, 2023. These events took place at the Dollar General store in Weewall, at the one commonly known as the Land Landing Dollar General. And today you're going to hear first off from Sydney Love. And Mr. Love worked at the Dollar General. Normal activities, he would stock shelves, work the register, had been working. And his assistant manager at the Dollar General at that time was a lady named Ashley Cloud, and you will hear from her today too. And Ashley Cloud was dating or had been dating the defendant, Mr. Riley, on and off for about 8 months. And Mr. Love, when he testifies, is going to tell you that the defendant had some words with him and thought that Mr. Riley thought that Mr. Love, who worked with his girlfriend, with the defendant's girlfriend, thought they had something going on, that maybe there was some cheating going on. And so on the night, a little before 9 o'clock at night, on August 8th, 2023, the defendant goes to the Dollar General. And when he gets there, Sydney Love sitting outside, talk very briefly. Mr. Riley goes into the store. And you will get to see that there are some surveillance videos that you will get to see in the trial today. And Mr. Love, he continues outside, sitting outside, smoking a cigarette, while the defendant goes inside the Dollar General and for approximately 13 minutes argues with Ms. Cloud, his on and off girlfriend. You will see that Mr. Love The victim in this case comes in, checks out some people, goes back outside, just kind of normal activities of 9 o'clock at night at the Dollar General when you're at work. And in this time too, about the same time that the defendant gets to the Dollar General, Miss Cloud, son, and fiance arrive too. So they're there. And you will also hear from them today. The son's name is Antoine Van, and his fiance's name is Jasmine Otero. You will hear from them as well as to what they saw. So as the defendant and Miss Cloud are having words, arguing in the Dollar General, at some point, Antoine goes to where his mother is and the defendant and separates them, just chill out. The defendant then goes to the register where Mr. Love is. They have words. They then go outside of the Dollar General to have a fight. And you'll see part of this. You will find out today that the Dollar General has surveillance cameras inside, but they do not have any cameras that show the parking lot outside of the Dollar General where this happened. But there are a couple of 2 camera views where you can see part of the front door where a lot of this took place. So you will get to see what was captured. And there's 2 incidences between Mr. Love and the defendant in this case that you will get to see. The first one involves some swinging. Mr. Riley swings at Mr. Love. Mr. Love tries to swing at Mr. Riley. Then Mr. Love will tell you this morning that the defendant walks away. The defendant walks away and gets a knife. You will get to see photographs as well as the knife itself today. The defendant goes and gets a knife, walks away from where they were fighting, comes back, starts fighting again, swinging the knife, and you'll get to see a portion where Mr. Riley, the defendant, comes back in front of those front doors, swinging at the victim, Mr. Love. The fight continues into the parking lot, and Mr. Love is ultimately stabbed in the left arm by the defendant, Mr. Riley. So not only will you hear from Mr. Love, the victim in the case, Ms. Cloud, the defendant's on and off again girlfriend, Mr. Van, her son, Ms. Otero, who were witnesses. You also hear from the crime scene investigator, Les Greenwood. He collected the knife. He took a few photographs that you will get to see of what the scene looked like, a photograph of the outside of the Dollar General. You will hear from, Investigator Goodman. He will testify, and we will put in a lot of the video evidence in through him, as well as Sergeant Andy White with the Sheriff's Office, who did some further investigation in this case. And lastly, you will hear from Jennifer Wilkerson with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and she will tell you about the results she found when she DNA tested the knife that was used in this case, and Mr. Love's DNA coming back on that knife to show that that was the knife that the defendant used on August 8th, 2023 to stab him in the arm.
Mr. Hill, whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard is the state's summation of what they or she believes the evidence is going to show in this case. You're going to see evidence today by way of surveillance video of Demetrius Riley and Sidney Love at the dollar store in Weaver Hitchcock there, County Road 386 and Lands Drive. What you're going to see in that video is 2 individuals who are amped up and who voluntarily and willingly go outside of the store to engage in a fight. This is not a situation where Mr. Riley just unprovoked and attacked Sidney Love. This is a mutual combat fight between 2 very willing, grown men. That's what the video evidence is going to show in this case. Mr. Love, in no way, shape, form, or fashion, is an innocent bystander, innocent person. He very much participated in the fight with Demetrius Riley. What you're not going to see on the video is how Sidney Love received a puncture wound to his left arm. There will be no doubt in the evidence that Mr. Love did in fact receive a puncture wound to the inside of his left arm. Just how that occurred, you have to decide if there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt as to how that occurred. And how do you determine that? It's going to be from the witnesses who come in here and take the witness stand today. A Sidney Love, an Antoine Van, a Jasmine Otero, and Ashley Cloud. It's their testimony that you have to listen to and base your determination. Are these witnesses credible? Are these witnesses providing you with sufficient evidence to prove that this man, Demetrius Riley, stabbed Sidney Love during this fight or this altercation? I anticipate that what you're going to hear are stories that are not consistent. They're here, there, and everywhere. And it's from that you have to say, ladies and gentlemen, or you have to decide, is it proof beyond a reasonable doubt? You're also going to hear evidence that there was a fingerprint found on that night. But what you're not going to hear is that that fingerprint belonged to Demetrius Riley. You're going to hear that DNA evidence was found on that night. You're going to hear that that DNA evidence belonged to Sidney Love. But what you're not going to hear is that there was DNA evidence belonging to Demetrius Riley on that knife. That knife that the state wants you to believe Mr. Riley used to stab Sidney Love. His fingerprints were not on it, and his DNA was not on it. You have to look at the totality of the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, not just a little 3x5 picture, or even a 5x7 picture, or even an 8x10 picture. You have to look at the totality, all the evidence, and decide, has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Demetrius Riley committed an aggravated battery on Sidney Love on the night in August last year at the dollar store? I anticipate that when all the evidence has been presented, when all the witnesses have come in here and give their testimony, and you've watched the video, you've seen the photographs, and you saw what happened, you'll have reasonable doubt as to whether or not Mr. Riley is guilty of aggravated battery. And I'll be back before you at the close of the trial today, asking you to find Mr. Riley not guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, call your first witness.
Your Honor, we call Sidney Love.
Yep, it's one day, and I've got the next half ready to go because this judge takes things down so fast.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, I'm going to save the swearing in. This is the victim.
You'll adjust the microphone so that we can hear you clearly. If you will tell us your name and spell your last name.
My name is Sidney Love, spelled Love.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
You told us your name. Where do you work, Mr. Love?
At the current time, I work at Burger King now.
How long have you worked at Burger King?
A little over a year. I believe a little over a year.
And which Burger King
A
do you
little
work
under.
at? The one in St. Joe or Weewalt?
We walk here to come out.
And prior to working at Burger King, where did you work?
The Dollar General, we walk right across from the, I can't remember what it's called. My apologies.
Is it the one they sometimes call the Lands,
It's next to Land's Landing. Yes, ma'am.
Lands Landing Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long did you work at that Dollar General, sir?
3-4 months, possibly tops.
And tell the jury what were your job duties while you were working at the Dollar General?
While working at the Dollar General, I had to keep up with stock. Also make sure that all the customers are attended to. If they need to get a hold of any type of management or thing, I had to keep in contact with them because you have to be in front of the customer's face. So you're constantly running back and forth between the store.
Would you act as a cashier sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Stock shelves?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
And at the time that you were employed, you said that you worked there 3 or 4 months. Is that what you said? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My apologies. Yes,
That's
ma'am.
all right. During that time frame, who was the assistant manager during that time frame, or back in August of last year, 2023? Who was the assistant manager?
At this current time, be honest with you, ma'am, our assistant, we had two managers. We had Miss Jenny and Miss Ashley Cloud. The assistant manager was Miss Jenny. There was only 3 employees. Everybody else, the store was about to be either shut down or such. So we only had me and 2 managers. We're the only 3 employees at the time.
And you said that Jenny Hanlon was one?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said Ashley Cloud was the other?
Yes, ma'am. And I was the only employee, and those were the 2 managers.
Okay, all right. Now, Ashley Cloud, did you meet her through work?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Miss Cloud at the time have an on again, off again boyfriend?
At the current time, yes, ma'am.
And who was, to your knowledge, who was Miss Cloud in a relationship with back in August of 2023?
Back of all,
When this happened, who was she dating?
my apologies, ma'am. At the current time, and if you don't mind me speaking freely, at the time of August 2023, at this point in time, I don't believe she was dating anybody, but prior to that, she was with Demetrius Riley.
So maybe it was your understanding that when this event happened, that they were broken up?
If my memory serves correctly, ma'am, remember that I'm pretty sure they broke up like by the time this event happened, maybe a week before that.
All right. But before that, she had been in a relationship with
Yes, ma'am.
Demetrius Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Now, during this time period, the 3 or 4 months that you worked with Miss Cloud at the Dollar General, did you ever have any conversations with Demetrius Riley?
All the time. I thought he was at the time we would get along. He would come from there, I guess, to check up order. We just talk, and I'd go outside and smoke a cigarette, and we just talk.
All right, so you thought that you would get along and go outside and smoke?
Yes,
cigarettes?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And before we go any further, the Demetrius Riley that we're talking about, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point to who you are referring to and tell us what color shirt they are wearing?
It was a white shirt, ma'am.
Your Honor, the record will reflect that he has identified the defendant Demetrius Riley.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, before we go forward, can I see you too?
Yes.
Wait, I can skip this. Because we got to move it. If we get to the end of this and he cuts the other one, I'm going to cry. Hi, Jen.
All right, Ms. Smith.
Adam, hi. I didn't say hello like properly.
Now,
I just.
also, the Dollar General that you have been telling us about that you worked at, is that Dollar General located in Gulf County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
And prior to the night in question that we're going to get to in just a little bit, on August 8th of last year, you had just told the jury that you and Mr. Riley would get along most of the time and would talk and smoke cigarettes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to August 8th, did Mr. Riley become upset with you for any reason?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Why?
He was under the impression that I had an attraction to his woman.
And his woman being Ashley Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to August 8th, had he expressed his opinion of that to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that he was upset by that?
He was. Yes, ma'am. He was.
Now let's talk specifically. I want to focus your attention specifically to August 8th of 2023 of last year. Were you on duty and working at the Dollar General?
On the night that the incident, yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. And the same duties that you told the jury about, cashiering, stocking shelves, things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And on that night, around 9 o'clock, a little before 9 p.m., did you see Demetrius Riley come into the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when he came into the store?
When he first came in the store, I was sitting outside smoking a cigarette, ma'am.
Now, around the same time that Demetrius, the defendant, got there, did Antoine Van and Jasmine Otero also arrive?
Yes, ma'am. They arrived somewhere around the same time. Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury who is Antoine Van?
Antoine Van is Miss Cloud's son. He's Miss Ashley Cloud's son. Antoine Van is his son.
And Jasmine, how does she fit into everything?
Jaslyn is Antoine's child's mother, the girlfriend.
And at the time on August 8th, was Jasmine pretty heavily pregnant? if you remember?
I do not believe so. I do not remember, to be honest with you. I do not believe.
No problem. But you know they have a child together? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, on that night, you said that Mr. Riley walked into the Dollar General and you were sitting outside. Were any words said between you two when you walked in?
When he first walked in, we didn't even make any conversation with him when he first walked in.
Did you saw him?
We didn't make it.
Acknowledge
Yes,
that he
ma'am.
came in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't have any conversation when he first walked in. Yes, ma'am.
Where did the defendant Demetrius Riley go after he walked into the Dollar General when you came back in? Where did you first see him?
He was in the left corner talking to Miss Cloud.
Now, you say that he was talking to Miss Cloud. Tell the jury, was that normal conversation like we're having now? Raised voices? Describe that conversation to the jury.
It was more along the lines of, seemed like they were having a disagreement.
All right. Were there loud voices?
Every now and then he would raise his voice, but for the most part, you could tell they were trying to keep their business to themselves.
Did it appear to you as if they were upset about it?
Yes, yes, yes.
And was there a point in time that you went back outside when Demetrius and Ashley Cloud were still having a?
I did. I just go back out the door because I'm doing my job and I was taking myself a smoke break. I was trying to just go finish my break because what I have to do every time a customer comes, well, because we didn't have anybody working at the store, they asked, hey, if you want to go smoke, just hang out by the door, just come in, help the customer, and then you can go back out and smoke.
So you would go outside and smoke a cigarette, and if a customer came, you would go back in, is that correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. My apologies.
That's all right. And so is that kind of what you were doing while the defendant and Miss Cloud?
We're having that conversation. Yes, ma'am. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Now, there was a point in time later on, probably about 10, 15 minutes or so to help with your memory for the testimony, that you came back in and were checking out a woman. Do you remember that? That you had come back into the store?
I will be honest with you, ma'am. I really don't. It was a couple of people I was helping at the current time. I don't remember exactly who it was.
A couple people you were helping?
Often throughout the course of that time period, yes, ma'am. I don't actually remember who.
Okay. So you were just continuing doing your job of checking people out at the register?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now, as you're doing that, was there a point in time where the defendant Demetrius Riley came up to you at the counter?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury about that.
He walked up to me and said, he said he was done. It was along the lines of he was sick and tired or something. He said, I don't even want it. You can have it if you want it, or we can step outside right now. But right now.
Okay. You kind of mumbled a little bit. I kind of lost it.
He was saying something along the lines of, we can step out right now, but I don't even want it, but you can step out right now if you want to, or something like that.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple questions. You said you can have her if you, or I'm sorry, the defendant said you can have her if you want her. I don't want her. Is that what you just said?
Something along the lines. He was like yelling at me. I was more along the lines of just looking at what was going on at the time in front of me because I'm at my job. I kind of need to know. I'm one of those type of people that I kind of would like to at least have some idea what I'm doing. So even in a frantic situation, I kind of, even no matter how serious it gets, I was trying to sit there and see what was going on in front of me.
Along those lines, that's the words that the defendant said to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And describe to the jury what his actions, what his demeanor was like as he said that.
He was very aggressive while he said it.
And what happened next? What did you say and what happened next?
No, I didn't say anything. I just kind of walked out the door. I walked out the door because I'm just like, you know what? This is getting on my nerves. I don't know if this was, it was too much. It was too much.
When you went out the door, did you think that a fight was going to take place between you and the defendant?
I was under the impression that if we ended up having any type of altercation, I need to defend myself regardless because he's already came in the store with an aggressive attitude.
You would not have been surprised if there was a fist fight or a fight between you and Mr. Riley when you went out that door. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, because his demeanor.
Okay. All right. And so is that what happened next after you guys had the words at the register? Did you go outside?
I walked out the door, and as soon as I walked out the door, he swung at me.
So did you walk out the door first?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And then the defendant followed you?
I walked out the door, and as soon as I turned around, he was already swinging at me.
Now, I want you to tell the jury about that. Was he using I'll
His,
describe it to the jury, and if you need to use motions, that's okay.
he went to swing at me, and then I put my hands up, and I know it was his contacted. So we backed off from each other, and I'm not gonna lie to you. I said, it's a shame. Like my words, I said, it's a shame.
Just answer my questions, okay?
My bad, my bad.
So was there any physical touching that we're gonna go step by step, okay? Was there any physical touching? You said he came out and he swung at you,
Mhm.
and then you did back. Was there actually any physical touching at that?
At one point in time, he went for a strike. I put my hands up, and he backed off.
Did he contact you when you put your hands up?
He did, but
Did you ever make contact with him?
I did not make any attacks back. I didn't. Any contact made at that point in time was based off of him projecting himself at me first.
Now, you said after that, what I would call this first instance, where did the defendant go? What happened next after this first incident?
He walked off some, and by this point in time, we were already, I can't remember if we were like angry, yelling at each other now or something, but my choice of words, I said, it's
Let me,
okay. I'm sorry.
that's all right. So you said he walked off somewhere.
Mhm.
Where?
Oh, he walked towards a car.
Okay.
It was like a car.
Where did you go?
I walked back towards the door, and
Back towards the door of the Dollar General?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you guys had some words still.
There was still words being traded off.
Okay. There were still words being said,
Yes, ma'am.
but he went to a car or in the parking lot, and you went back towards in the Dollar General. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, as you're walking in the door to the Dollar General and he went to the parking lot elsewhere, tell the jury what happened next.
We were still trading off words at each other, and I said to him, "It's a shame."
But what happened next?
Oh.
Not what words were said.
Then
What
he
happened
came.
next?
Well, after we traded words with each other, he came back at me with a knife.
Can you describe what the knife looked like to the jury?
It was a gray-looking knife, about this long, with a dagger about this far long.
Now tell the jury when you saw the knife, what happened next?
Well, he went to swinging at me with the knife, consistently swinging at me with the knife.
Where were you at when this was happening?
At first, I was in front of the door, and then it kind of went around this parking lot because I had to keep ducking and dodging him because he kept chasing me around with the knife.
Let me ask you a couple more questions. You said the first time you saw the knife when he had it, it was near was it the front door of the Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you saw the knife, what did you do physically?
I went to defend myself because in my head, I was thinking if I don't defend myself, I'm going to end up dead on this parking lot.
Did you begin to back up?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you back up?
Because I felt like if I stayed right there, he was just going to cut me in the face or something. I was going to end up getting stabbed right there. I needed to defend myself.
And one way that you defended yourself was to back up. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that then it happened around the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am.
And was the defendant chasing you in the parking lot?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you ultimately did you get struck with the knife that the defendant had?
I did.
Tell the jury about that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know how I got stabbed with a knife. He was swinging at me with a knife, I kicked his legs and he fell like on top of me. But I was sitting there going like this.
Who is he that you're talking to?
Demetrius Riley, he was sitting on me going like this with a knife.
So you don't remember the exact time that you guys got stabbed?
I did not. I don't know the exact time I got stabbed.
But was it in that time period that you were telling us about in the parking lot when he was chasing you?
Well,
with the knife?
it was no. It had to be once we hit the ground.
And for the record, you were making repeated, what I would call up and down stabbing motions. Is that the motions that the defendant was doing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Was that while you were on the ground or standing?
Uh,
Or both?
I kicked his feet from underneath him, trying to find a way to disarm him or something to save myself. We both hit the ground. He landed on top of me, still with a swinging motion, and I'm sitting there going like this the whole entire time. And then I managed to grab his arm from by him and sling the knife, pull the knife off him and sling the knife. And he got up to go get the knife again. And I heard at that point in time somebody say, "Oh my God, there's blood everywhere." By this point in time, I still did not know I was stabbed. My arm was bleeding all over the place, spraying blood, so I grabbed him and yanked him back to the ground.
So the first time you realized that you were injured was when someone else pointed out.
Somebody else had, I didn't even know.
All right. Mr. Love, at any point in time during anything that you have just told the jury about, did you have a weapon?
Not once.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
So let me show you what we have previously marked as State's Exhibit number 1. And have you take a look at these very briefly. A, B, and 1C.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll get to those in just a moment, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after this happened, and you said someone said there's blood everywhere, and you noticed that the injury to your arm, can you describe that injury to the jury?
Yes. Well, what happened is, he went straight in. It wasn't a slice. It was a stab straight in. It went straight into my left arm, and he bit my hand because when he stabbed me and I realized I was bleeding, I yanked him back to the ground and put him in a headlock. I have nerve damage in my left arm, so my left hand has latency in it, and my left hand popped up in his finger, and he started chewing on my left pinky. That's why that's it.
Okay, we'll get to that
My
in just a
bad.
moment. That's okay. So after that, what happened next? What happened to Demetrius Riley after you were stabbed?
After
Where did you see him again? Let me ask that question.
I was stabbed,
Yes, sir.
he tried to run off with my phone and my wallet. I told him no, give me my wallet and my phone. Then he ran off.
And did you see which direction he ran off to?
Honestly, no, I did not.
All right. But that night of August 8th, did you yourself ever see Demetrius Riley again, the defendant?
No,
That night?
no.
Okay, all right. And after he ran off, after the defendant ran off, what happened next with you?
I sat there at the job until the ambulance showed up.
Okay, all right. When you say the job, are you talking about the Dollar
The
General?
Dollar General. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And were people trying to help you in your injured arm?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you taken to the hospital by ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the photographs I just showed you, State's Exhibit 1A, 1B, and 1C. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize those photographs to be of?
Me at the hospital right after the incident, after I got attacked.
And did those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you look like in your and what your arm and finger look like on August 8th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, this time I want to introduce the evidence and publish the jury State's Exhibit 1A, B, and C.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit will be received and you may publish.
Can you publish quickly?
That's me at the
Ah.
hospital on the bed. They're trying to make sure I'm okay, make sure I haven't lost too much blood to where they were just trying to make it, or if I wasn't, I was trying to make sure I hadn't lost too much blood and make sure I was in any pain or anything.
So that's what you look like in the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
And 1B,
Only one day.
They were trying to, they said it was stuff in my arm.
can't tell us what anybody said, okay?
Oh, my bad.
What do we see in this photograph, 1B? What is in that photograph?
It's a picture of the stab wound in my arm,
And which arm, sir?
my left arm.
And 1C, what do we see in 1C?
That's a picture of when he bit me.
Is that what you were just telling us about on your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you what we have previously marked as State's Exhibit 2C. And ask you to take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Do you recognize what is in State's Exhibit 2C?
Yes, ma'am. The knife he stabbed me with.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph of what you remember the knife looking like?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 2C.
Any objection to 2C?
Yes, sir.
It'll be a minute. You may publish.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Love. How you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. How about yourself?
Doing well, thank you.
That's good. That's good.
Revisit a few things that you have testified to today. Let's begin with when Mr. Riley arrived at the dollar store on August 8th. Did he come by himself?
I think he showed up with Twan.
Antoine, is that it? Would that be Antoine?
Antoine, yes, sir.
And did he arrive in the same vehicle with him?
Yes, sir.
He did.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure about that?
Okay, seriously, in order for us to get through this before they remove the next one, I'm gonna have to 1.5 speed because this guy's buffering. His brain, I mean, not like the stream.
I would like to say yes, but in all reality, they all came at the same time. All three of them pulled up at the same time while I was sitting out there just smoking. Usually when I'm smoking, I'm not paying attention to the customers, but they all did show up at the same time.
You're sitting outside the front door of the dollar store, smoking a cigarette, and it's your testimony that Mr. Riley, Mr. Van, and Ms. Otero arrived at the dollar store. When they arrived at the dollar store, do you recall in what order they approached the front door?
No, sir, I do not. I do not.
How long did you sit outside and smoke your cigarette before you entered the dollar store after Mr. Riley, Mr. Van, and Ms. Otero?
Honestly, sir, I don't know the answer to that question either. I was just sitting out there smoking a cigarette.
During the time, I believe the time frame that we heard earlier was approximately 15 to 20 minutes. During that time frame, did you continually sit outside and smoke a cigarette, or what did you do during that 15 to 20 minute period of time that you said Mr. Riley was inside the store?
I walked in and out of the store between helping customers, and I would go back out to smoke myself a cigarette. It was more along the lines of, due to our short staff, what I would do is I would hover at the door to make sure that I can keep up with the customers and get a chance to finish my cigarette.
Is
And
it
it's
too
your testimony
fast?
that Mr. Riley and Ms. Cloud, who were inside the store, I believe your testimony was they was having sort of a disagreement, but yet they were trying to keep their business to themselves. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So some time passes by and eventually Mr. Riley comes up to the counter where you were checking customers out. Is that accurate?
By the time he had pulled up, there was no customer there. But yes, sir, I recently dealt with a customer at the time period. Yes, sir.
Recently dealt with a customer and Mr. Riley approaches the register counter that you were checking customers out. And you and him, is it your testimony that y'all did or y'all didn't have any words at that time?
At the current time, sir, we did not have any words at that time. Besides what he said to me, we did not have any words.
And remind me again what he said to you?
It was along the lines of, I don't even want to, but if we can fight about this right now.
Steve said earlier, you can have her, I don't want her, something along those
Something,
lines.
yes, sir. Yes, sir, something along those lines.
And then there was a gesture about we can step outside.
Yes, sir.
Did you step outside?
I did, sir.
Do you recall just exactly how you stepped outside?
I do.
Tell me how you stepped outside.
I went like this.
Was it just like that?
Mm-hmm.
You sure about that?
I'm told him to go like this. I went like this.
You didn't kind of, well, let me ask you this. In addition to waving him to come on out, did you have a little bounce in your step to get on out there?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were amped up when you went to go outside?
Amped isn't the only thing I would say, sir. Like, I believe it was said earlier, sir, that it was already a prior consideration of him already constantly antagonizing me about a woman that I had nothing to do with at the time on my job. So at this point in time, sir, I was under the impression by what I'd seen his actions to be already since he had been walking the store that I already felt like I needed to defend myself right then and there because he's been consistent about his aggression.
You went outside that door and you were ready for a fight, correct?
Yes, sir, but I was not going to get involved in one unless I needed to defend myself, which he had already shown there was aggression he had towards.
You were not going to get into a fight, yet you,
Because he's already in my face establishing so that he wants to attack me, sir. I was not going to fight him. Me and him have already had this well, my apologies. At that current time, sir, me and not that at that particular time, me and him already became so comfortable with each other. By the time we had been working, he had came here, called himself play fighting me over the course of times while I'm minding my business job, play fighting me. So, and he's also at this point in time had plenty of conversations with me about his past life. So I'm like, I feel at the time that I was comfortable enough to talk to this man or deal with this man, whatever possible necessary. But the way he was acting at the time was very aggressive. So I was like, I don't know where this is going to go next. I just need to step out this door. He's already in the store very aggressively.
would you describe your behavior as being aggressive?
Absolutely not, sir, because at no point in time, sir, was I showing any type of rejection like I wanted to do any harm to him.
So y'all go outside and your testimony was that Mr. Riley was the one who threw the first punch
Yes, sir.
and you blocked or defended the punches, correct?
I blocked. I actually didn't swing at him once.
You
Throughout
did
the
not
whole,
swing at him once.
not a single time. Each time was a block.
And your testimony was that y'all separated and you went back inside the store, correct?
I went back towards the door, sir.
To the door, okay, I'm sorry.
I can't remember exactly if I went right back in or not at that time.
And then you said he went and got a knife. Where did he get that knife from?
From the vehicle. He walked up to a white vehicle to get a knife. I don't know why he walked up to the vehicle, but he went into the vehicle and pulled out a knife. He came back with a knife.
Okay, so he walked up to a vehicle, got a knife, come back with a knife.
Yes, sir.
Whose vehicle was that?
That, sir, honestly, I do not know the answer to. And the person, there was nobody in the vehicle at the time. He went up to the now. Yeah, there was nobody in the vehicle at the time. They were all outside. I don't know whose actual vehicle it is.
Was it Antoine's vehicle?
I would be 100% honest with you. At the time period, it was either Antoine's or his girlfriend's. I'm assuming that's all I can assume.
Was it the vehicle that they come to the dollar store in?
Not all the time. Matter of fact, there would have been other. I've seen them in other vehicles. So.
Is it the vehicle is it the vehicle that Antoine and Jasmine came to
Oh,
the dollar
okay.
store in?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you saw Mr. Riley run to the vehicle that Antoine and Jasmine arrived at the dollar store in, and from that vehicle, he got a knife.
Yes, sir.
And then you your testimony that he come back charging you with the knife. And then y'all circle back around out in the parking lot. And at some point in time in the parking lot is where you received the puncture wound to your left arm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Love. Did I hear you tell this jury that at some point in time, Mr. Riley was on top of you on the ground?
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
at that time, when Mr. Riley was on top of you, your testimony to the jury was that he was pounding at you with the knife.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Was that before or after you got the puncture wound to your left arm?
That would be the part that I'm 100, but it had to be during that exact period of time, sir, because in all reality, he did not stab me before we hit the ground. By the time we got off the ground, I had a stab wound. It was another person who had established to me that I was even stabbed.
When Mr. Riley was on top of you, pounding this knife as you demonstrated, how many times did he pound this knife at you?
Honestly, sir, I don't have an honest answer for that. Well, not other than that, because I was not counting at the time. So this is all I see is somebody who be going like this. So I'm trying to stop a knife from being stabbed at me because that's right next to my chest. And if he gets one good shot into me, I'm done for.
More than one time?
Yes, sir.
More than 5?
It was aggressive and rigorous, well, consistent. It was a lot, but I don't know.
It was a lot, but we don't have an exact count. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. Not in a life or death situation.
You just told the jury that, and you told the jury earlier, you told them again that Mr. Riley went to a vehicle and obtained this knife. Have you previously made a statement inconsistent with that about where Mr. Riley had the knife?
So if you don't mind, can you be more specific with what you mean by that?
Did you talk to investigator Andy White with the Gulf County Sheriff's Office after this incident happened?
I did.
Did you tell investigator White that Mr. Riley pulled the knife out of his pants pocket?
Yes, I did, but yeah, I ain't gonna say, but this is what happened, sir. So when the vehicle,
Question, sir.
yes, sir, yes, sir.
So you did tell investigator Andy White that Mr. Riley pulled the knife out of his pants pocket,
Absolutely, sir.
but you just told this jury that Mr. Riley went to Antoine Van's car, got the knife, and came back charging you with it, correct?
Walked up to the car and yes, sir. Yes, sir. He walked up to the car and said, he said, all right, I got something for you. He came back and started pulling something out of his pocket once he walked up to the opposite side of the car, which was on the opposite side of where I'm seeing. So if he went and got the knife before or after he went to the car, wouldn't have been something I would have been able to see because I was on the opposite side of the vehicle.
And you correct me if I'm wrong too, Mr. Love. Did I hear you say that when Mr. Riley was biting your left pinky finger, that you had him in a headlock?
It was, yes, sir. I grabbed him. When I realized I was bleeding all over the place, he was going for the knife. I went and grabbed him and he took back to the ground and I rolled around and put his head in between my legs and I held him there saying, stop, 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 stop. And told him I would let go if he would let go of my finger. He wouldn't let go, so somebody had it. One of the, I believe Miss Cloud and the family convinced us to let go. I said I would let go. Once he lets go of my hand, he's already stabbed me. And then he ran off and the ambulance showed up.
When you and Mr. Riley went outside of the dollar store initially, and the two of you had this altercation that you described, it ended. You came back toward the door, Mr. Riley walked off.
Yes, sir.
Why was it necessary to go back outside of the dollar store?
So at that point in time, I never said necessarily that I walked all the way inside the door. So I was right there at the door. All this was happening at the door. We were having a choice of words that we probably should not have used. And one of the things I said to him, then he said, oh yeah, I got something for you.
After he had said, oh yeah, I've got something for you, you make a decision to go back. You're either in the doorway or just inside the store of your place of employment, where reasonably you would expect to be safe inside your place of employment, correct?
Sir,
Answer the question, yes or no?
well, not in all cases, depending on where you are. So with all due respect, I've been in places where it's dangerous and you still have to work.
You were in the doorway or just inside the store. Mr. Riley, as you just testified, your testimony to the jury, I've got something for you. Staying inside the store, you want the jury to believe that with that information, you went back out there where Mr. Riley was at. Is that right?
Sir, I do not believe the store was safe and there was only 3 people working at the store and one of them was somebody who was connected to that he can easily just walk in and out of, walk in and act any way he wanted to. Clearly, he can act belligerently inside of the store. He can easily walk right back in and do the same thing over again.
You could have locked the door, couldn't you?
My manager was the closest thing to him, sir.
Fact is, after Mr. Riley, your testimony is that when Mr. Riley said, I've got something for you, you went back to him, didn't you?
I said, what was that? Because at the time we were still doing a choice of words, I did not go back to him. I stood up because I was already at this point in time walking off. And he said, and I said, well, we were having a choice of words. We were having a choice of words. And I said something to him. And he said, all right, I got something for you. And I said, what was that? It was not to continue to go on. He said he had something for you. There was at that point in time no place that was safe in that vicinity because he had already made it clear he was willing to be belligerent in and outside of the store.
Doggone parking lot was sure not secure, was it?
Nowhere was secure at that point in time, sir.
Ms. Smith?
Mr. Love, I want to clarify a couple of things that Mr. Hill went over with you. But before I do that, sometimes when you answer our questions, you say, well, I'm going to be honest with you, or I'm going to tell you honestly. Is everything that you have said today been the truth?
Yeah, it's just catch word. It's just something that's went with me throughout the years. I just talk like that. Sometimes my apologies.
And I know I've talked to you a lot, and you say that. I just want to be sure and clarify that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, about the stabbing, when your left arm got stabbed, who were the only two people around when you got stabbed?
Ma'am, there were a couple of people around when I got stabbed, but in all reality, I was more focused on keeping myself from being stabbed to death to pay attention to anything anybody was doing. To be honest with you, that was the main focus on my mind.
And maybe that was a bad question. Let me ask you this way. Who had the knife?
Demetrius.
And did anyone else there have a knife?
No, ma'am.
And when you were stabbed, was it only you and the defendant Demetrius that were involved at the point in time that you got stabbed?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were stabbed and you told us that you had him in the headlock and he had your finger in his mouth, did people come to where y'all were to try to separate and help?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was Miss Cloud and Antoine and his girlfriend.
Okay, all right. No further questions for right now.
Anything else, Mr. Hill? All right, Mr. Love, be excused.
I know, Your Honor, remain at the courthouse and subject to recall.
All right, at this time, your testimony has concluded. Please remain in the courthouse. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the attorneys, Mr. Love.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Smith.
Ashley Cloud is our next witness, Your Honor.
Stand as you exit the courtroom. Stand as you exit the courtroom. All right, Ms. Smith.
Ashley Cloud is our next witness, Your Honor.
Just confused.
Stand as you exit the courtroom.
Okay, I think they're taking a break. What are you guys thinking about the victim? Something's not adding up for me and I don't know what.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, as the state.
I nearly had a small moment of panic because, oh, you guys can't see me. I don't think I'll be in view if I lift if I put the camera on now, but I just got an email from YouTube that said something like urgent something. And I thought that, oh, action recommended. I thought that they had taken down my stream for copyright again.
State recognize the presence of the jury. Defense recognize the presence of the jury. Yes. All right, Ms. Smith, you can call your next witness.
Oh, I also meant to say, be good. I need to get food quickly.
Ashley Cloud, Your Honor.
I do.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If you would tell us your name and spell your last name.
Ashley, Cloud.
All right, so Ashley Cloud and last name
Oh.
is Cloud.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You told us your name. Ms. Cloud, where do you live?
In Panama,
And what do you do for a living?
I work at a convenience store
How long have you been doing that?
for 5 months.
And prior to that, where did you work?
Another convenience store,
All right. And how long did you work there?
6 months.
And then prior to that, back in August of last year, 2023, where were you working then, ma'am?
The Dollar General,
Which Dollar General?
and we all had to go
And how long did you work there?
for a little over, almost a year, a little over a year.
Just the microphone, okay? 'Cause we gotta be sure that we can hear you over here on this side of the room, okay? So you worked there how long?
About a year.
What were your job duties at the Dollar General?
I was assistant manager.
What does that mean? Tell the jury what that means.
I handled the inventory, dealt with customers, dealt with cash, employees, payroll.
And back in that time period, in August of 2023, and a little bit prior to that, did you know the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley?
I did.
Tell the jury how you knew him.
He was my fiance.
When did you meet him?
Kindergarten, first grade.
So you've known him a while?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Be sure to say yes or no if you remember our court reporter right here. She has to take down everything, so it's hard for her to get uh-huhs. Are you a little nervous this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
So you've known the defendant for a while, and you said that he was your fiance back then. When did you guys begin dating?
January 1st of 2023.
So by the time August rolls around, the night in question, you guys have been together for about 8 months, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
During that 8 months that you were with the defendant, Demetrius, did you ever know him to carry a knife?
He did, but he always fixed things, messed with things. He was always fixing stuff.
But the answer to that question is yes.
Yes.
Where would the defendant keep that knife?
On his pocket, on his loop,
I'm
on his belt,
How on his belt?
snap like a button thing, I believe. I'm not sure.
Like a clip that would go down over the belt?
No,
Okay, tell me.
I don't know. He just kept it on his, I don't know. Like on his pants, on his belt loop, his waistline, whatever, snapped on it.
Okay. Now back on August 8th of 2023, on that night, were you and Mr. Riley, the defendant, still together as a couple?
We were off and on, just having it was off and on with each other, but pretty much, I don't know.
Had you been in a fighting with each other prior to this, arguing?
Not really, not that day, not really.
In the few days before, or a week before, had you been having disagreements and arguing with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Just different disagreements. I was working a lot.
Did any of those disagreements have to do with Mr. Sidney Love?
Yes,
Why?
because I worked with him. It was, I guess, too close sometimes, maybe. Thoughts that we were seeing each other or messing around with each other.
Who had thoughts that you were seeing or messing around with each other?
Mr. Riley,
How long had you known Sidney Love prior to this night in August?
he might have worked there 4 to 5 months, maybe. I'm not sure. We worked together a few months before. I'm not sure his exact start date, but I was there before him.
Yes. And is that how you met him, was through work?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Antoine Van?
My son,
And how old is Antoine?
21,
How old are you?
38,
And who is Jasmine Otero?
his fiance.
And do they have a child together?
Yes, ma'am.
Back on August 8th of 2023, were you on duty that night working at the Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else was working that night?
Sidney Love.
Was it just the two of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to turn your attention to about a little before 9 o'clock on the night of August 8th, 2023. Do you remember the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley, coming to the store that night around that time period?
Yes,
Tell the jury what you and the defendant were doing after he arrived at the Dollar General.
we were talking in the back of the Dollar General on the other side of the aisle.
When you say talking, you mean talking like you and I are talking right now?
No, ma'am.
Describe to the jury then.
We were just having an argument, a disagreement. We was arguing.
And was part of that argument over Sydney Love.
Yes, ma'am.
Describe to the jury the defendant's demeanor, his temperament, as y'all were talking, as you said that night.
He was upset.
Was he agitated?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he amped up?
Who?
The defendant.
Not before then. Not really. I mean, I was stalking until then. So we was like, we
I'm talking
worked.
about Mr. Riley. When
Oh.
you guys were talking,
Yes, ma'am.
he was upset.
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's all right. About how long were you guys having this argument and near the aisle towards the back of the store where you just told us?
10 minutes, 15 minutes.
So it was a longer period of time,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And what caused you and the defendant to stop arguing?
My son walked over there.
And did your son kind of break you two apart from arguing?
Yeah, he just said, come on. Like he was telling him to come on, let's go. Telling him to walk away, to get away from me.
Okay, all right. What did you see next?
Really not. I mean, me and my son was back there for quite some time. Me and him was talking.
Was there a point in time where you go towards the front door of the store?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what you saw when you got to the front door of the store.
They was just arguing. I was trying to get Sydney to come back into the store. I was trying to lock the door and tell him to come back in. I didn't go completely outside. I was at the door.
When you say they, who are you talking
Oh, Mr. Love and Mr. Riley.
about? And tell the jury what their demeanor was like during that time period.
They was arguing.
Did you yourself see either Mr. Riley or Mr. Love hit one another?
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury what you saw.
They was arguing, and then they just started, well, I guess they wasn't throwing licks. They were just tussling, and they went to the ground.
Where were they when you saw them go to the ground?
In the parking lot.
About how far away from the front door?
Say 10 feet, maybe. It was definitely past the lawns where the cars go in. It's probably like in the middle between one side of the parking lot to the other.
Did you and Antoine go to where they were tussling on the ground, as you said, to try to break it up?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what you saw when you got there to help break this up.
They was just tussling. I heard, you stabbed me, and then we broke them up, and that's when I went to Sydney and started trying to stop the bleeding.
Who said you stabbed me?
Sydney.
Hearsay.
I'll sustain that objection.
What did you notice about Mr. Love when you got to him?
He was bleeding.
From where?
I didn't know really at that point until I got him to the chair.
And why didn't you know?
It was just everywhere. It's just a commotion. I just was panicking.
What was everywhere?
There was blood on us, I don't really remember. There's just a lot.
Of bleeding a lot.
I wouldn't say there was quite a bit of blood.
Okay. And then you said you went and put him in the chair, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was this chair located?
In front of the store, by the doors.
Okay, is that the chair where if an employee went to smoke, they would sit in?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to point out and be fair, when this first happened, when anything first happened between Mr. Love and Mr. Riley, were you still in the back of the store with Antoine for
Yes,
some
ma'am.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told the jury what you remember seeing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever see on the night of August 8th, 2023, did you ever see Sydney Love with any type of weapon?
No, ma'am. I didn't see any weapon at all.
So the answer is no.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Mr. Hill.
morning, Ms. Cloud. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Revisit a few things that you testified to here this morning. And to begin with, you said that you and Mr. Riley were having an argument because of Mr. Love.
Not necessarily. It was just a lot of different things.
Isn't it true that part of the reason you and Mr. Riley was having an argument that night is because you had blocked him on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Where were you at in the store? Well, let me ask you this, back up. Did you see Mr. Riley and Mr. Love when they first exited or went outside of the dollar store?
No.
So it's, and I don't want to put any testimony in your mouth, but is it fair to say that whatever may have happened between Mr. Riley and Mr. Love initially at the front door of the store, you did not witness that, correct?
Correct.
So when you first get to the door, Mr. Riley and Mr. Love are already out in the parking lot. You said beyond where the parking lines begin, correct?
No.
Correct me. How am I wrong then? I'm sorry.
Because when I came to the door, they were still around the door, and I was trying to get Mr. Sidney to come back in and lock the door. I was at the door, and Mr. Sidney, they was right around the front door at that time.
Okay. So they were right. So when you got to the front door, Mr. Riley and Mr. Love, Sidney were right there inside, just outside the door.
In the parking lot area right there at the front.
So you were trying to get Mr. Love back inside the store so that you could lock the door.
Yes.
And how did you tell Mr. Love get back in the store? Or did you make any statement? I'm asking what she said. Did you tell Mr. Love get back in the store?
Yes.
How many times?
I don't know. I was just telling him to get back in the store, let me lock the door.
And did Mr. Love respond or react to your statement, get back in the store?
No, I mean, he didn't come back in. He stood right there at the door frame for a minute, but he didn't come all the way back in, no.
And you said that at some point in time, you realized that there was quite a bit of blood and Mr. Love had an injury to his arm.
Yes.
You don't know how he got the injury, do you?
No.
And you said you carried him to the chair beside the door. Did you at some point in time go back inside the store and get something to take to Mr. Love?
I did. I went and got a towel.
And did you put that towel around Mr. Love's arm
I did.
and have him sit there at the door?
Yes, sir.
And you said you did not see Mr. Love or Mr. Riley with a weapon, correct?
I did not.
At any point in time that night, did you see a knife?
I did when a lady brung it up there. A lady had a knife, a customer in the parking lot, and I told her to put it down.
Who was that lady?
She was just a regular. I don't know her name. I know what she looks like, but I don't know her name. She came in there every day.
So that lady had a knife in her hand and was holding it and you told her to put it down?
Hmm.
Did she put it down?
I'm pretty sure she did.
That's all I got.
Ms. Smith?
You and Antoine went to where the defendant and Mr. Love were on the ground.
Mhm.
Were they the only two people on the ground?
At that time, yeah.
Did you see a knife then, anytime?
No,
then? Excuse me, sorry. Do you remember any people that were there kicking a knife?
me and my son went over there to break him up.
Did you see?
I didn't physically see nobody kick anything, or I didn't physically see a knife at the time. The only time I physically seen it is when that lady brought it up there.
All right. And can you just describe to the jury how she was holding the knife and carrying it?
She had it in her hand, and she's like, well, here's a knife, here's a knife. And I said, put the knife down. What are you doing? I probably cussed at her, I'm sure.
All right. And Mr. Hill asked you if you had blocked Demetrius from your phone. And your response was yes. Why did you block him from your phone?
Because I was just trying to work. I didn't want no distractions. I was just trying to get my job done.
And was he very upset with you because you had blocked him?
Yeah, I guess. I didn't know till after he came up there, but yeah.
So he couldn't reach you on the telephone, so he came to the Dollar General to talk to you.
I'm not sure if that's why he came, but yeah, he came up there.
One of the things he talked about after he came up
Yes,
there
ma'am.
was blocking him.
Yes, ma'am.
And Sydney Love,
Yes, ma'am.
and accusing you of having something going on with Mr. Love, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
That's all.
All right, may Ms. Cloud be released?
Your Honor, remain in the courthouse subject to recall.
Okay, Ms. Cloud, at this time, your testimony has concluded. If the
Okay. So I guess this is my. Oh, okay, fine. You don't have to be the big picture. I was going to try and keep her as the focus because she's actually being chilled, but she's going to eat this plant. Also, if you have cats, they can eat these palms, and it is a game changer because she doesn't eat other plants then. Okay, hang tight. Oh. Can we get both of us in today? Maybe. This little makeshift studio is not a vibe for me. Hey, Donald. True Crime Kitty, from what I saw in the picture, the first picture, it looked more like... Are you okay there? Just gonna chase my shadow now. It looked more like a pocket knife. Like, Vaughn has one. It's like, it's got like, not like a Swiss Army knife, but kind of. Oh, listen, Frank, the big fat gray one, he doesn't eat the spider plants. He just pulls the babies off and then leaves them on the floor. But it annoyed me so much I don't have spider plants inside anymore. Thankfully, they haven't tried it with anything else. Okay, so now we're going to switch over to the next one, which may be audio only for some parts. And I know it's not ideal, but let's see. My keyboard's far away. I can't refresh. Still no RA. Okay, let's see how far we can get because we can always... oh, Jen, you missed it. She was the highlight a minute ago. We can always just skip that part. Like, we make up the rules here. Hello?
Okay, we'll all stand as the jury enters. I don't believe I mentioned earlier, and if I did, please forgive my repetitive comment. We're not in a marathon, so if at any time you all need a restroom break or a stretch break, look at me and try to get my attention or get the bailiff's attention, we'll take that break. But Ms. Smith, you can call your next witness.
No. We're not taking breaks here. We are running behind. It's a marathon because you delete the streams before we finish the trial.
State calls Antoine Van.
Oh, the defendant. Oh no, the guy with the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If you'll tell us your name and spell your last name for us.
Antoine Van, V-A-N-N.
All right, thank you, Mr. Van. Ms. Smith.
Antoine?
Afternoon.
Good
You
afternoon.
told us your name. Where do you work, sir?
IHOP.
I'm sorry?
IHOP.
In Panama City?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked there?
I'm off and on for about 3 years now.
What do you do there?
I'm a cook.
What's your favorite pancake?
I don't really eat pancakes.
Are you burned out?
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right. And did you work at IHOP last night?
Yes, ma'am.
What hours did you work last night?
10 to 6.
You just got off work at 6 this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have a new baby at home too?
Yes, ma'am.
Boy or girl?
Boy,
What's his name?
Kason,
And who is Keeson's mama?
Jasmine.
And how long have you and Jasmine been together?
3 years now.
And what is your mom's name?
Ashley.
Ashley left.
Cloud, my bad.
That's all right. I know you're a little tired. And do you know the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He was going with my mom.
He was what now?
He was with my mom.
Okay, all right, like dating?
Yeah.
All right. Is that when you first met him?
Yes.
And at the time, I'm going to turn your attention back to August 8th of last year, 2023. Do you remember going to the Dollar General that night with Jasmine?
Yes, ma'am.
Did only you and Jasmine ride up there together?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was about 9 o'clock at night. When you got to the Dollar General, tell the jury who you saw when you first got there.
When I first got there, I think Sydney Love. He was sitting outside at the smoke area.
Now, how do you know Sydney Love?
He's just, at the time, he was just somebody my mom worked with. I didn't speak to him too much.
You knew who he was and knew his name. Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
All right. So you think you saw him sitting outside. Who else did you see?
I felt like, I don't know, it's really,
At some point, and let me ask you this, why did you and Jasmine go to the Dollar General?
to get dog food.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. When you go into the Dollar General and you go to get your dog food, do you notice your mom and Demetrius Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury where they were.
They were, okay, as soon as you walk into the Dollar General, they were to the left. All the way to the side of the store, like where the t-shirts would be. The clothing section.
Tell the jury what was going on between your mom and the defendant, Demetrius Riley.
There was some type of heated argument going on for a little while.
Now, when you say a little while, about how long?
If I had to guess, 10, 15 minutes, maybe.
All right. So it wasn't just a short conversation between the two.
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Be sure to try to say yes or no out loud for a court reporter, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, tell the jury the demeanor, the attitude of Demetrius Riley while he was talking to your mama.
At first, it was quiet. I couldn't really hear nothing. And then towards the end, it got a little aggressive. So that's when I pushed my way in and kind of
When
tried
you
to
say-
disengage.
Okay. When you say aggressive, what do you mean by that?
Just like body language, just like, I don't know, just like raising up hostile body language that I did not like.
And that would be Demetrius Riley towards your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said that you got in between the two of them?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you say?
I just got into him like, that's enough. Y'all are tripping. Let's go home, basically.
And what happened next? Did you stay there with you?
After that, yeah, after I pushed Demetrius away, I stayed with my mom, and me and her talked for another 5 to 10 minutes.
Was your mom upset?
Yes, very.
Were you able to see where Demetrius went after you got in between them and told him he was tripping to go on?
Right after, no, my focus was towards my mom.
All right. Tell the jury what the next thing you remember happening after you stayed back and you were talking to your mom over there.
After that couple of minutes passed, we heard arguing between Demetrius and Sydney, and
Where did you hear that argument? Where were they?
it was, I guess, right at the door.
The front
Like,
door?
yeah, right at the entrance. And then yeah, it was just arguing. So then we had to run like across the aisles to get out the door. And then by the time we got out the door, it was already.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You said we. Who's we?
Oh, me and my mom.
All right. And you and your mom went towards the front door of the Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got towards the front door, I want you to tell the jury what you saw.
When I got towards the front door, I seen Demetrius running towards Sydney.
You saw Demetrius running towards Sydney.
Yes, when I got to the front door.
What was Sydney doing?
He was like backing up. Yeah.
When you saw Demetrius, did he have any type of weapon?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you saw.
It was like a little silver pocket knife.
What did you see Demetrius do with that knife?
He was swinging at Sydney with it.
Did you see Demetrius hit Sydney or make contact with Sydney with the knife?
I didn't fully see the knife hit Sydney, but I mean, they both hit each other, like they both ran into each other and they fell.
All right. Did they go down to the ground?
Yes,
Was there a tussle on the
Yes.
ground?
yes, ma'am.
But when you first saw this, Sydney was backing up and Demetrius was running towards him.
Yes, ma'am.
When they were down on the ground, when Demetrius and Sydney were down on the ground, or any time before that, did you ever see a weapon in Sydney's hand?
No, ma'am.
While they were on the ground, Demetrius and Sydney, what did you see next?
After that, it was really just them tussling, and then I heard Sydney say it was somewhere along the lines of, "I got stabbed," or "You stabbed me," something like that. So then I ran to him and snatched him away from Demetrius, and then that's when me and my mom carried him to the chair.
What did you notice about Sydney after you got him and Demetrius apart?
He was bleeding. There was blood. I was covered in blood. Covered. I had to scrub my body for the next 2 days.
Did you see any type of wound on Sydney?
Yes, I did. When I tried to pull him away, my finger actually went inside of his stab wound.
And you said that you and your mom went to take him to a chair.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm
All right, we all do it.
tired.
Got it. Before you got Sydney and took him to the chair, did you see the knife?
Yes, ma'am. I seen it as soon as they dropped, and I want to say I kicked it, but it possibly could have been kicked by somebody else. But I mean, it was kicked away from them.
Trying to get it away from the
Yes,
tussle,
from
so
both
to
of them.
speak?
Yes,
Did you ever see that knife again?
yes, ma'am. After we got Sydney to the chair, some lady, I don't know who she was, but some lady picked it up and was like dangling in it for like 5 minutes, just like, "What do I do with this? What do I do with this?"
All right. And the knife that was kicked and the knife that the lady was holding for a while, was that the same knife you saw was in Demetrius?
Yes, ma'am.
That he used?
Yes, ma'am.
After you pulled Sydney and Demetrius apart from when they were on the ground, did you see where the defendant went, where Demetrius went?
No, me and my attention was really towards Sydney, but like, cause when they both got up, Demetrius kind of sat up and looked like he didn't know what happened, and then he just disappeared. Like I didn't see him anymore.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
Mr. Hill?
Afternoon, Mr. Van.
Good afternoon.
You went to the Dollar Store up there on Over Street Road and Highway 71 on the evening of August 8th of last year, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony that you went there with your girlfriend Jasmine Otero?
Yes, sir.
It's your testimony that you went there alone with Jasmine Otero, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Riley didn't go with you, did he?
No, sir.
Mr. Riley have any personal belongings in your vehicle?
May have, because I mean, we were together almost every day, so there probably was something in there. I really don't know. There's a lot of stuff in my car.
Mr. Riley didn't go to the dollar store with you, did he?
No.
I believe your testimony was that when you got to the dollar store and went inside, that Mr. Riley was already inside talking to your mom. Is that right?
What I can remember.
What you told the jury, correct? That when you got to the dollar store and went inside, Mr. Riley was already inside talking to your mom?
I think so. Yes, sir.
You said they were having a little bit of an argument that turned a little bit heated over the.
Well, they
course
weren't.
of time.
They weren't arguing when we got into the store. Me and Jazz got what we needed, and then that's when we noticed them arguing. We didn't notice them arguing as soon as we walked in there.
You said that you separated Mr. Riley from your mom and then continued to talk to your mom for a little while, and Mr. Riley went toward the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't see Mr. Riley and Mr. Love when they initially walked outside of the dollar store, correct?
No.
And I think you said that y'all heard arguing and you ran toward the door, correct?
Yes, sir.
How fast did you run?
I mean, it wasn't like a full sprint. It was more like just like a, I mean, like a jog, I guess. It was just like
What?
trying to walk faster.
Ran to the door. And where in the parking lot were Mr. Riley and Mr. Love when you and your mom got to the door?
They were in the middle of the parking lot, like smack dead in the middle.
And you testified that you didn't see a weapon at that time, correct?
No, I did see him swinging at Sydney with it when I walked outside. Yes,
Were they both standing on their feet, or were one or both of them on the ground?
they were both standing on their feet.
You saw Mr. Riley swinging the knife,
Yes, sir.
and it's your testimony that you went toward that
Yes, sir. After they fell.
after they fell.
Yes.
All right, now let's take it when they failed. Who was on the bottom?
And they weren't really top and bottom. They were really side to side, like laying down together almost.
So they were side to side laying down, and I believe your testimony was they were tussling, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were they at any point in time where Mr. Love was on the bottom and Mr. Riley was on the top?
No, Sydney kind of had him in like a headlock, or yeah, it was
Okay.
either yeah.
Okay. So no point in time was Mr. Riley over the top of Mr. Love with the knife, correct?
I mean, they weren't top and bottom, so no.
And you testified that Sydney was bleeding a lot. And when you gave that testimony, I couldn't help but catch that you smirked and you giggled a little bit when you told that to the jury. What was funny about that?
Nothing was funny. It's just how I express my emotions. I chuckle, I giggle.
Ooh.
About somebody being injured,
I mean,
or that they're bleeding out of their arm? That's funny.
it's not funny. I didn't laugh because it was funny. It's just how I express emotions.
How you express your emotions? Okay, I'm with you.
Is the judge awake?
As you said too that you picked Mr. Love up
Oops.
and did I hear you say that you carried him to the
Me and
chair?
I
Wait a minute.
snatched him away from Demetrius, and me and my mom.
Okay, watch this. Watch share.
As you said too that you picked Mr. Love up and did I hear you say that you carried him to the chair?
I snatched him away from Demetrius, and me and my mom carried him to the chair.
Carried him to the chair. Describe to the jury how you carried him to the chair.
I mean, it was like I guess you could say like an army hold. Like I had one arm and my mom had the other arm. And we were like carrying him because at that point we knew he got stabbed, but I mean there was so much blood it was hard to tell where.
Army hold. Army.
When Mr. Riley and Mr. Love were out in the parking lot, you said they were tussling. Were there any punches being thrown?
Well, they on the ground, no. They were more kind of just like wrestling, like just grappling each other for real.
When they were up on their own 2 feet, standing up, were there punches being thrown?
No.
Did Mr. Love receive injury to his left arm while he was standing or while they were tussling on the ground?
It was while he was standing.
How do you know that?
I mean, because they were running towards each other and they connected and then they fell and then there was blood.
Oh, he's writing. He's writing.
Standing,
And they were standing.
running toward each other. They connected. There was blood, and they're on the ground.
Yes,
They
sir.
tussled around on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And you said, did I hear you say that you keep the knife away?
Yeah, I could have. I think so, but I could be wrong. It happened very fast.
the knife that you saw on the ground that you kicked, and you saw the lady holding it in her hands, what did that knife look like?
And it was a little silver pocket knife, and that's all I can describe. I don't.
Anything unique about it?
I mean, no, it's like a regular pocket knife you get from the gas station.
Pretty sure it was black.
When you picked Mr. Love up and carried him off, where was Mr. Riley at?
I mean, it was a brief second that I seen him. I picked Sydney up, and then I seen Demetrius looking around, and then he wasn't there. I mean, he was, and then he wasn't.
Would you describe Mr. Riley as being dumbfounded,
Yes,
as if he didn't know what had happened?
yes,
Did he have a look of shock on his face?
yes,
Surprise?
yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hillman Smith.
Antoine, is it fair to say that there was a commotion going on?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it chaotic?
Very.
When you first saw Demetrius with the knife, I want you to show the jury the motions you saw him.
Like this. It's like that.
And for the record, it's kind of over your shoulder, beside your head, up and
Mhm.
down motions.
Mm-hmm.
And who was he making those motions towards?
Sydney.
Did it look to you as if he was doing that intentionally and purposefully?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, may Mr. Van be excused from this subpoena?
Under subpoena, subject to recall and remain at the courthouse.
Remain at the courthouse? Okay, Mr. Van, remain at the courthouse. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers. If they need to recall you as a witness, they'll let you know. And we have a library if you need to take a nap.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We've got him in room.
Okay.
Our next witness will be Jasmine Otero.
Oopsie, one sec. Oh, I should have moved my camera before I did that. No, I can't see. I had it on cat cam. That's why it's so bent down, and I'm not in my usual studio. I haven't added much in the description, Jen. To be honest, I don't know. I fully understand how everyone fits in. I think I do, but also I have pinned a Canva link at the top, and that has, so the first page is just funny Zoolander, and then the second page is this is where the people fit in. So we've got the Dollar General, because it's a dollar for the general. And then we've got Ashley Cloud. She's the witness with the pink hair. She is the one that is kind of at the center of this whole, wait. I'm not sharing the screen. Okay. Okay, so we've got Dollar General, Dollar General. And then we've got Ashley Cloud, who's the assistant manager, and she works with Mr. Sydney Love, who is the employee and the victim. Demetrius Riley is the defendant's boyfriend. She thought that these two were Mr. Lover, but he wasn't Lover, or at least that's what we've been told. Mr. Antoine Van, he is the son of Cloud, and he worked a night shift, so he's very tired. I thought he was maybe a little more like Devil's Lettuce, but I don't know. Jasmine Otero is his fiance, and she was pregnant. Can't remember where she fits in the story. So, Steve, over to you on that one. And Sydney is saying Vicky Mac reacts. Yeah, exactly. What happened to Jasmine? They were in the car. So Ashley and Antoine and Antoine and Jasmine all arrived in the car. But Ashley was already there. Jasmine was there at the time they went to get dog food. Okay. Okay, awesome. Anyway, we're gonna have to see if there is a way while it's playing, if I can share the audio but have this up. I don't think so. I don't think I've gotten that good at StreamYard yet.
Good afternoon.
If you would tell us your name and spell your last name for us.
Jasmine Rose Otero. The last name is Otero.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, whenever you're ready.
Boom.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You told us your name. How old are you?
I'm gonna be 21 in August.
And are you working right now?
Not currently. I just had my baby, so I'm out of work.
And how old is your baby?
He's a month old today.
And we just heard from Antoine. Are you in a relationship with Antoine?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
How long have y'all been together?
Almost 4 years in November.
Now, how do you know Ashley Cloud?
That's my boyfriend's mother.
Antoine's mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know her before you started dating Antoine?
No, ma'am.
And do you know the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know him?
Through my boyfriend's mom, Antoine's.
So through Ashley Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you and Antoine together and dating at the same time Demetrius and Ashley were seeing each other?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
Describe your relationship with Ashley Cloud to the jury.
I mean, it's my mother-in-law. She loves my son and she loves me. We get along pretty well.
And prior to August 8th of 2023, what was your relationship with the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley?
I just knew him through Ashley, so we didn't really talk besides when she was around. We were acquaintances, I would say.
Would you say that you were friendly with each other?
Yeah, we didn't have no problem with each other.
Now I want to turn your attention back to August 8th of last year, 2023. Do you remember going up to the Dollar General store with Antoine?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Why did you and Antoine go to the Dollar General?
We went to the dollar store for dog food.
It was a little before 9 o'clock when you guys got there. Do you remember who you saw when you got there?
There was actually a couple of people entering the store. I did see Demetrius Riley and another woman. I'm not sure of her name. I've never met her before.
Wait a minute.
And did you see him? Where were you when you first saw Demetrius?
Going into the store.
On
getting out of the
outside
car.
Coming in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what did you and Antoine do when you got into the Dollar General?
We went to the right-hand side of the store. That's where the dog aisle is. We went, grabbed the dog food, and then from there we went to self-checkout.
Now, when you were in the Dollar General, when you were actually in the store and getting your dog food, did you see the defendant Demetrius Riley in the Dollar General?
I did.
Tell the jury what he was doing when you saw him.
I was walking from the right-hand side. Him and Ashley Cloud were on the left-hand side, and they were in a corner. And I didn't hear the words that were shared. I just heard screaming. And that's pretty much all. I just heard screaming.
Did it appear to you as if they were having an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
Were both of them screaming or just one?
They were both screaming.
Did it appear to you as if tempers were raised?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened after you witnessed and saw this?
Me and Antoine Van were sitting at self-checkout, and we kind of sat there for a while because the screaming did go on for a good minute. We sat at self-checkout because, of course, it's his mother. He wants to stand there and make sure that she's okay. Actually never got to purchase the dog food because after the screaming stopped, Demetrius Riley walked towards the exit of the store, and Sydney was standing behind the counter at one point.
Stop you there just a little bit, okay, and ask a couple follow-up questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So you just said Sydney. How do you know Sydney?
He was at the store a couple of times. He worked there, so I've seen him when we went up there.
And would you say that, or describe your relationship between you and Sydney?
We don't have one. We don't really talk outside of this situation.
Okay, all right. Now, you said that you and Antoine stood near self-checkout for a while, watching what was going on between Demetrius and Ashley. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said a good minute.
Yeah.
Had to estimate about how long did you guys stand there watching?
I'd say it was a little over 10 minutes. I don't know exactly how long, but it was a little over 10 minutes. We were standing there for a while.
And was it pretty heated that entire 10 minutes that you were watching?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you guys remember this timestamp quick? 108:41. Because I'm going to do this. I might have a solution. 108:41. That doesn't make sense.
Relationship between you and Sydney?
We don't have one. We don't really talk outside of
A minute.
yeah.
Had to estimate about how long did you guys stand there watching?
I'd say it was a little over 10 minutes. I don't know exactly how long, but it was a little over 10 minutes. We were standing there for a while.
And was it pretty heated that entire 10 minutes that you were watching?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a point in time when Antoine went over to where his mom and Demetrius were?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see Antoine do?
Antoine went over and tried to calm his mom down. At that point, Demetrius Riley was walking towards the exit.
So that's when they separated with Ashley and Demetrius. After Antoine went up there, you saw Demetrius go towards where?
Towards the exit of the store where the front where the incident happened. He went towards the exit.
Where was Sydney at this point?
I recall him being behind the counter before they shared their words and then went out the door.
Now, you said before they shared their words. Who are you talking about?
Demetrius Riley and Sydney Love.
And you said they had words.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you describe those words?
They were definitely aggressive words. You can definitely tell there was two people that weren't getting along.
What did you see next?
I heard Demetrius Riley call Sydney Love a pussy as he was
Ooh.
going to exit the store. And I tried to get in front of him because Sydney Love pulled up his pants. He said what he said, which I don't recall what Sydney Love said.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me stop you again. You said you got in front of him. Who were you talking to?
Demetrius, Demetrius,
And why did you get in front of him?
because I knew they were going to go outside and fight. So I tried to stop the situation.
And at this point in time, in August of last year, were you pregnant?
I was.
Were you showing quite a bit?
I was.
And were you able to stop Demetrius from going outside?
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury what you saw next.
It started off as screaming and they started fighting, fist fighting. Demetrius Riley swung first and then they both started fighting. After the fighting stopped, I guess at some point a knife was pulled. And
Stop you right there again, okay? And ask a
Yes,
couple of
ma'am.
follow-up questions. When they were swinging, you said that the defendant Demetrius swung first.
yes, ma'am.
Did you see it make contact with Sydney?
No, ma'am.
And did Sydney swing back?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Sydney make contact with Demetrius?
No, ma'am.
So is it fair to say that there was a lot of swinging, but maybe not a lot of contact?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said after that, so was there a break in time from this swinging episode to something else?
Yes, ma'am. There was just a lot of anger. A lot of words were shared. I don't recall what they all were, but at one point the fighting stopped and they were just screaming at each other and then it started again.
When the fighting had stopped, and they were having words with each other, where was Sydney Love?
They were pretty much all over the parking lot. As Demetrius was he was swinging for him.
Before you saw the swinging, when they were just having words, when there was that break that you told us about, where was Sydney?
They were actually right in front of the door.
All right. Now, during that break, what did you see the defendant do?
Um, it all just happened so fast. I don't remember what happened leading onto the knife getting pulled in. All I recall is I watched a knife a knife was being swung around, and I don't remember seeing somebody get stabbed. I just heard, you stabbed me, and then I did see Demetrius Riley with a knife in his hand, and Sidney Love tried to put his arm up, and I think that's why he got hit where he got hit at.
Let me ask you a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you saw a knife being swung.
Yes, ma'am.
Who had that knife?
Demetrius Riley did.
Can you describe to the jury how he was holding the knife, and you said swinging it? Can you describe that for the jury and use motions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure which hand it was, but he had a tight grip on it like this, and he's going like this, carelessly, just swinging.
Now, when you saw him doing that, and it was kind of side to, I'll call it like a windshield wiper, side to side motion. What was Sidney Love doing?
Trying to get away from it.
Tell the jury how he was trying to get away.
He was backing up away from it. And at one point, I guess they fell to the ground, and when they fell to the ground, Demetrius Riley was still trying to hit him with the knife.
Let me ask you a couple questions about that, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So, was Demetrius
Look at me, I got fancy. Sorry, I just have to say, I used not ChatGPT, I used Canva to like improve the quality of the very quick screenshot I took, and it's a little weird, but anyway. Oh. Could have surely bought one at the Dollar General. Guys, there's a poll. Please vote in the poll. put myself in a garden. It's the only picture I had on my laptop. Adam, are you multi-streaming or did you bail? You don't hear anything? Like there's no audio from court? Was there no audio on the stream? Oh, so you guys didn't hear the sergeant? Okay. How long have you guys not had audio? Because I've been listening to the sergeant the whole time. Okay. I'm going to press play now. Let's see. So you still don't have sound. Did you hear the end of the woman, the lady? Oh my goodness gracious.
Was there a white female, not Miss Otero, but another white female? Not Miss Cloud. A white female there that you saw?
The only ones I remember were the three that I obtained statements from.
During your investigation of this case, did you watch any of the surveillance video?
I did.
Did you, during the time that you watched the surveillance video, did you see a white female walking around holding a knife?
I did not, no, sir.
So the whole time I had it with the
Did
presentation.
you pretty quickly turn this investigation over to the investigators on call that night?
As fast as I could, yes, sir.
So other than making the initial assessments, identifying who the, Ms. Cloud, Mr. Van,
And what do you recognize those photographs to be?
It's a folding knife. So when citizen calls,
Mr. Riley walked to a vehicle
Yes, sir.
and there was a lot of screaming.
Motions that Sydney did when he got,
Happened leading onto the knife.
and did Sydney swing back?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Sydney make contact with Demetrius?
No, ma'am.
Further on.
So is it fair to say that there was a lot of swinging, but maybe not a lot of contact?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said after that, so was there a break in time from this swinging episode to something else?
Yes, ma'am. There was just a lot of anger. A lot of words were shared. I don't recall what they all were, but at one point the fighting stopped and they were just screaming at each other and then it started again.
When the fighting had stopped and they were having words with each other, where was Sydney Love?
They were pretty much all over the parking lot. As Demetrius was he was swinging for him.
Before you saw the swinging, when they were just having words, when there was that break that you told us about, where was Sydney?
They were actually right in front of the door.
All right. Now, during that break, what did you see the defendant do?
It all just happened so fast. I don't remember what happened leading onto the knife getting pulled in. All I recall is I watched a knife was being swung around, and I don't remember seeing somebody get stabbed. I just heard, you stabbed me, and then I did see Demetrius Riley with a knife in his hand, and Sidney Love tried to put his arm up, and I think that's why he got hit where he got hit at.
Let me ask you 3 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you saw a knife being swung.
Yes, ma'am.
Who had that knife?
Demetrius Riley did.
Can you describe to the jury how he was holding the knife and you said swinging it? Can you describe that for the jury and use motions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure which hand it was, but he had a tight grip on it like this, and he's going like this, carelessly, just swinging.
Now, when you saw him doing that, and it was kind of side to side, I'll call it like a windshield wiper side to side motion. What was Sydney Love doing?
Trying to get away from it.
Tell the jury how he was trying to get away.
He was backing up away from it. And at one point, I guess they fell to the ground. And when they fell to the ground, Demetrius Riley was still trying to hit him with the knife.
Let me ask you a couple questions about that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So was Demetrius already trying to swing at him before they fell to the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
And when they were on the ground, Demetrius was still trying to hit him with the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember next?
I remember Ashley Cloud screaming, "Somebody call 911, somebody call 911." The knife got kicked. An older woman actually came and picked up the knife and she was walking around the parking lot with it. She was holding it just like this. So it wasn't in the spot that it was when Demetrius Riley dropped the knife. It had also got kicked away from the whole argument. Like it got kicked away from them while they were on the ground. So nobody could pick it up and try to use it again.
Let me ask you a couple questions. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
In the whole night of August 8th, 2023, when you were at the Dollar General, did you ever see Sydney Love with any type of weapon?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to see any injuries to Sydney Love?
Yes, ma'am. In his arm.
And I believe earlier you said that Sydney had put his arm up. Is that what? And you said that's why you thought.
Yes,
that's what
ma'am.
he did?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just show the jury what you saw, the motions that Sydney did when he got stabbed?
He kind of went like this.
So with his hand up, trying to.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Where did it appear to you that the defendant Demetrius was trying to stab Sydney?
Objection calls for speculation.
you rephrase, counsel?
Were you able to see with your own eyes where Demetrius was swinging at on Sydney's body?
When I hear it, I think of Skinny Love. Like every time they say Sydney Love, I'm like, come on, Sydney Love.
Looked like he was aiming towards his face.
No further questions right now. Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Hill?
Okay, quick vote now, because I think the next part might get a little boring, since I've heard it already, but I don't know. There's a sergeant. Do we want to skip ahead since it's audio only? The last vote came in as stick with just audio only, but I think that's because it was someone actually involved.
Good afternoon, Ms. Otero.
Good afternoon.
You and Mr. Van went to the dollar store
Yes,
there
sir.
on Overstreet Road and Lands Drive back on August 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Riley didn't go with you, did he?
No, sir.
And is your testimony that when you got to the dollar store, or is it your testimony that when you got to the dollar store, Mr. Riley was already inside?
No, sir. He was outside of the store. He was
Outside of the store.
standing in front of the door.
You and Mr. Van got to the dollar store at the same time, right?
I'm not sure how long he was there before we got there.
You and Mr. Van.
Oh, yeah, me and the van went together.
I went together.
Yes, sir.
Y'all get out of the car together?
Yes, sir.
Y'all walk up the door together?
Yes, sir, we did.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Riley was outside the store when you got there, correct?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't inside.
No, sir, he was talking to a woman outside of the door.
Oh, he was talking to a woman outside the store?
Yes.
He wasn't talking to Miss Cloud?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to when you and Mr. Van walked up to the counter with your dog food. I believe you testified that you stood there for about 10 minutes at the self-checkout with a stack of dog food.
Yes, sir.
And during this 10-minute period of time, it's your testimony that Mr. Riley and Miss Cloud were having a heated argument,
Yes, sir.
and there was a lot of screaming going on.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Van standing there by you?
Yes, sir, he
while this
was.
Going on?
Yes, sir.
So he would have heard the same thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Lisa.
One point in time, you said Mr. Van decided to go and intervene in this, whatever was happening between Mr. Riley and Miss Cloud. And at that time, Mr. Riley walked toward the counter, correct?
He was walking towards the exit of the store.
Okay. Well, the exit, correct me if I'm wrong, the exit of the store and the checkout counter are
Right next to each other.
side by side,
Yes, sir.
correct? Mr. Love was at the checkout counter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said they had a few words. There was an exchange of words. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I wrote down two people not getting along, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you said Sidney pulled up his pants, right?
Yes, sir.
Was it? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I can just imagine being there. We've got two people that are exchanging words. They're not getting along, and you say he pulled his pants up. Was he kind of amped up?
I mean, anybody in that situation would be. Yes, he was.
So they went outside and we're looking for a fight, right?
Yes, sir.
So we have, at this point in time, we have two men who are going outside of the dollar store, and in your words, they were going out there to fight.
Yes, sir.
Mutual fight between two grown men, right?
Yes, sir.
You said there was some screaming and fist fight between the two of them. How long did the screaming and the fist fight last?
I don't know exactly. I don't recall how long it would have lasted. It happened pretty fast once they got outside and, the situation escalated quickly. It happened pretty fast.
We had the screaming and the fighting, and that, however brief, however long that lasted, that ended.
Yes, sir.
And the parties, did the party separate for a moment in time at that point?
They were on the ground at one point after they.
About then, I'm talking about when we have the screaming and the fighting that's right there at the door, that initial, however brief or however long it was, it took place right there at the door.
Yes, sir.
That ended.
Yes, sir. It did.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Riley and let me ask you, when that ended, where did Mr. Riley go?
Once the screaming stopped, it turned into the fist fight, and then from there, that's when the knife got pulled. They never really separated and stopped. It all happened, back to back. They did stop screaming, and that's when the fist fighting started. And then they ended up on the ground, and next thing you know, somebody's screaming, he got stabbed. So
So it's your testimony that everything was practically continuous. The screaming and the fist fighting at the door ended, and then Mr. Riley pulled a knife.
yes, sir.
Where did Mr. Riley pull the knife from?
I don't recall. I didn't see him pull the knife. I just seen it being swung around.
Did Mr. Riley go anywhere and get a knife?
No, sir.
He didn't walk over to a vehicle in the parking lot and get anything and come back?
Not that I recall.
Did you see Mr. Riley walk to a vehicle and come back?
No, sir.
You were standing there at the door where all this was taking place, correct?
I was.
Did Mr. Love come back in the store and then go back out?
I'm not sure.
And your testimony was that when you saw the knife being swung around, it was being swung side to side, left to right,
Carelessly, yes.
carelessly. Now, the prosecutor used the description of a windshield wiper, back and forth, that way?
Sir,
Is that the only way Mr. Riley was swinging the knife?
I believe so.
Where were you at when Mr. Love sustained his injury?
I was standing outside of the store. He was actually after he got stabbed, he was actually being moved over to the chair so he can sit down.
How did he get over to the chair where he could sit down?
I believe Ashley Cloud helped him to the chair.
Where was Mr. Van at?
They were both helping him, so I'm not sure where he was.
I'm trying to see what's upcoming in this. Hmm.
You're certain that Mr. Riley did not drive or did not ride to the dollar store with you and Mr. Van, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing but objection.
All right, Ms. Smith, any redirect?
So just very briefly. After you saw the defendant stab Mr. Love in the arm when he put his arm up, where did the defendant go?
He had, I guess he dropped his stuff in the parking lot. So he was collecting his, I think it was his wallet and his credit cards had fallen out or something. He was collecting his stuff.
Let me ask you this. Did he stay there or did he leave?
He had actually ran over to my vehicle and
Did the defendant stay there or did he leave?
he left.
And I want to be clear about some of the timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
When you first told us about the swinging, when they went outside, there was the words, and then you said that each swung on each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Was there a break from that, a period of time where there was no more swinging and there was just words being exchanged between Mr. Love and the defendant?
Not after the fact of him getting stabbed. Demetrius Riley took off.
Okay, not before the stabbing. So we'll start at the beginning, okay?
Yes,
I wanna make
ma'am.
sure we got this right. Mr. Love was at the counter.
Yes,
by
ma'am.
the front door of the Dollar General, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where the defendant came up?
Yes, ma'am.
And then is it your testimony that then they went outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Then they had words,
Yes, ma'am.
and then they did the swinging that you've already told us about.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where the time period I'm at right now, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a break where the swinging stopped, they started having words again, and then that's when you saw the knife?
No, ma'am, not that I can remember. I don't remember any words being shared after that.
Okay. Do you remember where there was no more swinging?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And then that's when you saw the knife in Demetrius's hand, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We get store footage.
Now, when you got there, you said that Demetrius was outside, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then after he walked into the store, did you see where Demetrius went when he walked in the store?
He walked, I believe he walked straight towards Ashley Cloud.
And would that be in the back left or towards the back on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, anything else, Mr. Hill? Okay, may Ms. Otero be released from her subpoena?
Subject to recall and remain here, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Otero, your testimony has concluded for this time. If you remain here at the courthouse, if the attorneys meet you, they will let you know. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers, okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Smith, ladies and gentlemen, you're good to continue? Okay, Ms. Smith, you'll call your next witness.
Sergeant Bowman Courtney.
We have to just pause real quick because there's some hot mic moment in Judge Simpson's court.
July 25th, 2024, 10 a.m. before Judge Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just want to see.
You may be seated. Court does call the case of the People versus Toki Akinwumi.
Ready, Your Honor.
Andrew Children, appearing on behalf of Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the record, Tim Dabolsky appearing on behalf.
Sorry, quick intermission here. And also we can actually see, let me just move myself. We can actually see somebody now for a little bit.
Find it. Who's
Other side. Your name?
Toki Akinwumi.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, we have reached the resolution of this case. I believe you have a plea agreement in front of you.
I do. It's a plea agreement. Going to plead no contest to the charge of embezzlement, 200 to 1,000, the 1-year offense.
That-
Upon a successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. And it is further agreed, okay to seek a prosecutor's defer.
That is correct, Your Honor. It's the whole plea agreement. Excuse me. I have advised my client that a no contest plea is tantamount to a guilty plea. And the reason we're pleading no contest, potential civil liability.
All right, has she signed an advice of rights form?
Yes.
Okay, have her sworn.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. State your name.
Toki Akinwumi.
All right, ma'am, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead no contest to the charge of embezzlement, 200 to 1,000. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $2,000 fine plus court costs. The fine could be increased 3 times the value of the property embezzled or otherwise taken. If that's greater than $2,000, that becomes the maximum maximum fine. You understand that?
Yeah.
Yes, all right. Do you understand what a no contest plea is? All right, two things about it I have to make sure that you understand. The first thing is it means that you're not further desirous or wanting to contest this charge. You understand that? Second thing you need to understand is that for purposes of sentencing, the court will treat you the same as though you had pled guilty. You understand that?
Wait.
All right. You also understand, ma'am, that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and that you would be sentenced before Judge Washington in the 14B District Court. You understand that? All right. Understanding all of that, do you still wish to plead no contest? And to that charge, how do you plead?
No.
No contest.
No contest. All right. Now you understand that by pleading no contest, you will not have a trial of any kind. You've signed an advice of rights form today. Is that correct? Any question regarding any of those rights? Please look at paragraph 5 on that form. You'll see a copy on the podium. Underneath, counsel. It's on the podium, on the front part of it. There it is. Look at paragraph 5. That's highlighted. Those are your rights, which are part of a trial. You understand that by pleading no contest, you're giving up those rights as well as all the rights that are contained on that form.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right.
Yeah.
Are you on probation or parole? Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead no contest? Has anybody threatened you or coerced you in any way? You're doing this voluntarily and of your own free will? All right. Court has been provided and has reviewed Washington County Sheriff's Office report for their case number 1998668. Any objection to the court having reviewed that report?
None, Your Honor.
Based upon a review of that report, the court does find that there's a sufficient factual basis in which the court could determine the defendant's guilt of this offense. Counsel, have I complied with the court?
You have, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of no contest to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14B probation. Sentencing in this matter will be
July 25th at 10 a.m. before Judge Washington.
July 25th, 2024, 10 a.m. before Judge Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bond will continue. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I don't know what the hot mic moment is. I just saw it pop
Court
up. in
calls
the
case,
chat.
People versus Hamad Williams.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marcia Cratcher on behalf of Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, can you please state your name?
Hamad Williams. Thank you.
Your Honor, I've spoken with Ms. Barroso. We'd be requesting a 2-week adjournment of the PCC as I was just appointed and there's some police video and police reports I'd like to review with my client prior to proceeding.
Without objection, July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You do the same. Bond continue. Calls case, People versus Thomas Hornberger.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Ellman with and on behalf of Mr. Hornberger, who's approaching.
Now that you're here, it is a good afternoon, Mr. Hill.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Your Honor.
All right.
Honored.
Your name?
Thomas Hornberg.
Thank you. All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, I was recently appointed to this matter. I believe I've received all discovery. There is some video footage, though, that I need some time to review and then review with my client before proceeding. So I'd just be asking for a short adjournment.
Without objection, July 11th, 2024, 9 a.m. Or as your invite indicates.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On continue. Thank you. Court calls case, People versus Robert Pate.
I think I went a little far back.
Mr. Robert Pate. Mr. Pate, state your name.
Court calls the case, People versus Elroy Love.
Jessica Lynch, Grand County People.
Good afternoon, Judge. Do not commit appearance.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Your Honor, this is the time and date set for a probable.
An adjournment, the number we have, an adjournment, the number we have.
2024, 9 a.m. Or as your
Not
invite indicates.
conducive to
Your Honor,
eyes.
may I make hopefully a very brief request with respect to Mr. Williams's bond? He's seeking,
He wants you to lock up the Vikings.
yes.
No, no.
What? There's a tiger.
Yeah, no. All right.
He is asking to travel out of state during the holiday.
Got you, Minnesota.
No,
No,
Illinois.
no, okay, where?
Illinois.
Closer.
July 3rd to July 7th to visit his father.
July
3rd, and he'll be returning to Michigan on the 7th. He's testing on the sober link. He's had no issues with that, so he can take it with him.
It's just Illinois. That's where you're at.
Yes.
You said 3rd to the 7th.
Correct, Your Honor.
So you'll be back in the state on the 7th.
Yes.
Sorry.
Tell him the best idea is to watch my stream while he's doing it.
Defendant is permitted to travel to the state of Illinois, July 3rd through July 7th inclusive. Great, you're
Early
on.
at the end of July, I'll be in touch with you.
All right, thank you, sir. And that's it till my 3 o'clock. Wow. It's taking all day. All right. What? Oh, you thought you had something? And Blanche was like, what? I'm supposed to be out of here. That's right.
Cause enough problems.
Okay, listen.
I haven't been here in a while.
I know. All right, we're good. I think that's it. I don't think the PD's on this one this afternoon either. All right, we'll just deal with that at 3. Everybody have a great evening. Stay cool, please. Court stands in recess.
All right. Oh, maybe see.
You're right. Oh, sir, how can I help you? Yes, there's- so. There's so many copies.
I've never seen this one. Okay, I just can't, get a call name.
Perfect.
Yeah, I
Thank
should
you.
know, but I got in trouble doing that.
Oh, and for me to be like, no, try again. Start over.
One for me. No, I don't know if they call it.
How are you? Oh.
All right.
Perfect. 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 Maybe it was recording on that. Oh, she was back. Oh, maybe it's got in our files. You only have. That's okay. Ask them to send you some information.
I didn't get the email to my house. I usually all of it already. It's not gonna stop, so.
Mr. Chambers,
Yeah.
do you have an answer to the motion that was filed by any chance?
No.
Okay, all right.
She just sent me that. Late last evening, I've barely been able to. Print or do anything with.
Okay, thank you.
Sit there and reset. The reading section. Yeah.
Okay.
I got the motion. Oh.
Is that it? Oh my gosh, I didn't hear anything weird. Chat really hyped that up. Not you guys, his chat. Because they're like, I live for hot mic, private, all this should be public record. Is the screen still on private? This seems right for a dangerous hot mic moment. And then there was nothing. Nothing. Okay, let's chat a minute. So, yes, there have been a lot of people head over there, and we are now on only like 6 people-ish, I think. Sometimes if you drop off, I don't know why my nose is so red all of a sudden. That's weird. If you aren't on live, then it says that you're not here. So here's a question. I can record the rest of this hearing and I don't know, drop a background in or something so we're not just staring at a black screen, and carry it on another day if you guys want to go over, because I also don't want to be live at the same time as RA. So yeah. Like it's 9 o'clock here, so I'd probably be around for another, probably leave it on for another 2 hours or so. But I also don't want to be like competing and whatnot. Should have done a poll. Because also my concern is that like I ditch it and then he quick fast, Brandy. I'm here, but your call recorded. I'm not going anywhere. Because the other thing is, if he jumps off, then we ended. They got a lot of CCTV footage coming up though, which is exciting. He's still alive and working. I don't know. Let me do a poll. Because then if people don't want to answer, because I know sometimes people don't want to answer. They don't want to be like, they don't want to upset anyone. Also, I'm jumping around because I really need a wee, but I just wanted to see what was happening with the hot mic. Also, somebody should mention, like, if he's in his front yard. I just saw a comment saying something about a lovely neighborhood. I feel like I need to type a message just saying, like, be careful. Except that my keyboard is currently not close to me. Okay, the poll's up. I will not be offended whichever way you vote at all. Oh, I think I closed the flow chart. Oh, no, I didn't. Thank goodness. I think he's just working on his mower outside. Okay, as long as it's not the front, because he's recording opening a package. Because, like, things you don't have to think of as much when you're not in a studio. I mean, things you don't have to think of as much when you're in a studio is like the outside of your house. Don't show the outside of your house. Don't show your address on the package by accident, etc. Well, we've got 100% carry on. So let's carry on. Oopsie, now it's this one. I am gonna have to like pop for a wee though. Let me see if I can catch a cat. Put a catcher.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
If you would tell us your name and spell your last name for the record.
Sergeant Bo McCorvey, MCCORVEY.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon. Where have you worked, Sergeant Courtney?
The Gulf County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been employed there?
since October 2019.
What are your current job duties with them?
Currently, I supervise a patrol shift. Most guys on the road.
Stay on the road. What do you guys do on the road?
So we answer calls for service. So when a citizen calls, or there's a crime committed or need help, they call the sheriff's office and they send somebody from patrol.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Gulf County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I've been certified since 2012 with previous law enforcement experience at the Calhoun County Sheriff's Office.
And I want to turn your attention now back to August 8th, 2023. Were you on duty that night with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you sergeant then?
No, ma'am, I was a deputy.
And is that part of your job duties to respond for a call for service such as this?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to on that night of August 8th, 2023?
It was a Dollar General at the corner of Highway 71 and Land Drive.
And where is that in Gulf County?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you first got to the scene, were you one of the first deputies to arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first got to the scene, tell the jury what you first observed, what you first saw.
I observed a black male. He was sitting by the door. He was bleeding from his left arm, and EMS was tending to his injuries.
Now, as part of your job duties with the sheriff's office, that night, did you take some statements from witnesses that were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe you spoke to, or did you speak with an Ashley Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with a Jasmine Otero?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with Antoine Van?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those the people that you remember seeing there that night?
That's correct.
You may.
Corey, let me show you what we have previously marked as states exhibits number 2A and 2B, and have you take a look at those two photographs, sir. And do you recognize those photographs, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize those photographs to be?
It's a folding knife, and it was out in front on the sidewalk.
And that's 2B, and then 2A, what do you recognize 2A to be?
It's the chair where the victim was sitting, and then the knife's right in front of it.
And are these photographs fair and accurately to what the scene looked like without the beep? I know there was
Yes, ma'am.
in there, but is that fair and accurate representation of the scene, 2A and 2B?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce and publish into evidence states exhibits 2A and 2B.
Any objection?
No, sir.
2A and 2B will be admitted and you may publish.
Sergeant McCorvey, I'm going to put the photographs up on screen and then just tell the jury what we see, okay? Two A.
So this is the front door of the dollar store.
Right here where the top right where the white hand is moving up.
Yes, that's the door, the electric door where people enter the store.
Okay.
The plastic chair where the blue towel was leaning was where the victim was sitting, where EMS was tending to his injuries.
Okay.
And then if you look down towards the concrete pillar here with the yellow, yep,
Right here?
there's a knife there, and that's where the knife was laying when I got there.
Okay. When you arrived, that's where you saw a knife.
Yes, ma'am. And then the knife in the same position.
And once again, is this where it was when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so this is that yellow pillar that we saw in 2A.
Correct.
When you were there, did you notice any injuries to Sidney Love?
He had a laceration to his left bicep that was open and bleeding.
No further question.
Mr. Hill?
Sergeant McCordy, where were you at when you received the call to respond to the Dollar General?
I honestly can't remember exactly where I was at. I was somewhere, I would say, close to the center of town.
How many we walked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did it take you to respond to the dollar store?
Can I refer to my report?
Go ahead, that's fine.
So it was reported at 9:22. I would say within, I don't have my CAT report, 10 or so minutes, maybe.
You said EMS was already there attending to Mr. Love when you got
Yes,
there?
yes, sir.
And you told Madam Prosecutor and the jury that you had identified Ashley Cloud, Antoine Van, and Jasmine Otero as being witnesses at the time. Was anyone else on scene?
Not that I recall.
Was there a white female, not Miss Otero, but another white female? Not Miss Cloud. A white female there that you saw?
The only ones I remember were the three that I obtained statements from.
During your investigation of this case, did you watch any of the surveillance video?
I did.
Did you, during the time that you watched the surveillance video, did you see a white female walking around holding a knife?
I did not, no, sir.
Did you pretty quickly turn this investigation over to the investigators on call that night?
As fast as I could, yes, sir.
So other than making the initial assessments, identifying who the Ms. Cloud, Mr. Van, Ms. Otero, and that knife, did that pretty much summarize your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any redirect, Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor, and Sergeant McCorvey can, I'll just ask you to remain under subpoena, but free to leave the court.
All right, Sergeant McCorvey, you're free to go about your day. If the attorneys need you, they'll give you a call, but please do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyer, sir. Yes.
That's nice. My kitty cam, the cat just left it empty.
How long did you work there?
Yes, I do. Sir, good afternoon. If you would tell us your name and spell your last name.
Lester Clyde Greenwood IV, last name spelled Greenwood.
Thank you. Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Where do you work?
Gulf County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work there?
I've worked there since February of 2006.
What are your current job duties with the Gulf County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the crime scene investigator and evidence custodian.
Briefly tell the jury what that means to be the crime scene investigator and evidence custodian.
Well, crime scene investigator, if there's like a major type of crime scene, I would go out and collect any of the evidence, inspect the scene and kind of maybe trying to get a theory of what's happening.
Responsible for
and
sending items of evidence to.
yes, I send items of evidence to FDLE crime line. And that's it. And then just keep custody of the evidence all the way through the chain.
And on the night of August 8th, I believe into the early morning of August 9th, 2023, did you respond to a call for service at the Dollar General up in Wheatland?
Yes.
And when you were there at the scene, tell the jury what you saw when you first arrived.
Well, there was multiple people there I didn't recognize. There was an ambulance there. There was a Mr. Love sitting there in a chair out in front of the store. He had it looked like blood coming from his the upper part of his left arm, leaking down onto the concrete.
And did you begin your duties of collecting evidence that you saw there?
Yes.
In your honor, may I approach?
You may.
And Investigator Greenwood, I'm going to show you what has already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 2A, B, and C, but I'll ask you to take a look at those.
Okay.
This will be 2A, 2B, and as well as 2C.
Okay.
And Investigator Greenwood, did you take those photographs that we see?
Yes, I did.
2A. And right, if you see, and sometimes it's easier to look ahead, and sometimes it's easier to look behind you, whichever TV screen you can see best. This where the blue cursor is moving up and down.
Yes.
Is that the chair you were talking about where Mr. Love was sitting?
Yes.
All right. And right here, this yellow pillar right here, what do we see right here?
That's a knife.
And then let me put up 2B. And you took this photograph as well, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
And this one that we see right here where the cursor is moving up and down, what is that, sir?
That's a photo marker, so I can identify if I'm doing my report later. I can identify what item I'm talking about.
You place that there?
Yes.
And then 2C. Is this the same knife that was in 2B?
Yes.
And this ruler that we see down here at the bottom, did you place that there as well, sir?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
In case there's, as far as photography, if we need to know how long the knife was or any kind of thing like that.
And as part of your job duties, responding to that scene at the Dollar General, did you collect the knife that we see here in State's Exhibit 2C?
Yes, I did.
So let me show you what we have previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 2C and have you take a look at that. First off, do you recognize, before we do any opening, do you recognize what is in State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, that's the knife.
And is, I know you said it's this knife here, well, did you collect it as part of your job duties and store it in this box?
Yes.
And Judge, at this time, I would like to introduce and publish the evidence states exhibit number 3.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It will be admitted. You may publish.
Your Honor, may the witness step down and show it to the jury.
He may.
Your Honor, may I step?
Yes, sir.
aside?
Investigator Vila, if you could just, either tilt it or whatever you feel comfortable with, so each juror member will be able to see the knife. All right. Now, Investigator Greenwood, we saw on the knife some, looks like some residue that was on there. Was this knife sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have some testing done on it?
Yes, yes, it was.
To have fingerprint testing as well as DNA testing, is that correct?
Yes.
We'll get to that with other witnesses. And is that part of your job duty to package it up and send it there for the process?
Yes, yes, it is.
And Investigator Greenwood, does that end your involvement with this case?
Yes, yes.
Did you interview any witnesses on the scene, or did you just process it?
Just process.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hill?
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Greenwood, so it's your job and responsibility to process the evidence and send the evidence to Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis,
Yes, sir.
and then you receive that evidence back and maintain it until it's either needed for trial or not, correct?
Yes, sir.
So are you the individual who submits all of the evidence to the crime lab?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you send to the, because you just testified that there was some analysis and some testing done at Florida Department of Law Enforcement on this item. Did you send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement a DNA sample from Sydney Love?
Yes,
Did you send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement a DNA sample belonging to Demetrius Riley?
yes,
Did you send to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement a fingerprint or what we call latent print sample belonging to Demetrius Riley?
yes.
Did you send a latent print or a fingerprint sample belonging to Sydney Love, FDLE?
No.
No?
Well, sorry.
No. No. No further questions, Judge?
Ms. Smith?
And may I approach?
You may.
Investigator Greenwood, since the Hill mentioned them, I'll go ahead and show you these just for identification purposes, and we'll introduce them through another witness, but I'm gonna show you state's exhibit number 7 and state's exhibit number 8. And do you recognize these?
Yes, yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
Oh, this is a buccal swab sample from Demetrius Riley. That's exhibit number 8. I'm sorry, 8. And the other one is a buccal swab sample from exhibit 7 from Sydney Love.
And like I said, we'll get back to these with another witness, but are these the buccal swab or DNA samples that Mr. Hill was referring to?
Yes,
You would have
yes.
sent off to FDLE for further testing?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Right, any other questions, Mr. Hill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May Investigator Greenwood be released?
Subject to recall, but may leave the courthouse, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, thank you for your testimony. Free to go about your day. If the attorneys need you, they'll call you back. And remember, do not discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next witness, I'm told, may be a lengthy witness. So right now, we're going to take a stretch break or comfort break. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes, and everyone in the courtroom will stand as the jury exits. I thank you. Please be seated. It is 1:50. Council we will be in recess until 2 p.m.
We're on cat cam now, and I need to move the thing. Let me just see if I can skip. That's a view.
June of 2023. Full name is Donald Dwayne Goodman.
With counsel and Ms. Smith, if you will, please call your next witness.
Investigator Goodman.
All right, Investigator Goodman, good afternoon. If you'll tell us your full name and spell your last name for us.
Okay. Full name is Donald Dwayne Goodman. Last name's Goodman.
Sorry, I wanted to tell you guys something funny. Sorry about the lighting. When you see the new studio, it'll make sense why I decided to pause. And the wall's getting paint. The wall's been painted, but it's only the first coat. And I'm going to put the pictures back up, but the next stage is I'm going to mural it, I think, by myself. I think I mentioned it a few days ago. But as we know, it could be in the next 3 years. Okay, so the reason I paused is because I wanted to say this earlier, but we were just jumping in. The reason why I know I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, and then it ends there, is because I watched so much Cinderella Story. And at that point, it cuts to the song. So I only know up to there. And like from there, I don't know. Oh, Lisa, thank you for changing your background. Sorry. I wanted to try and make one because this lighting is so distracting. But I had to dim it because otherwise the cats think it's daytime all the time and then they'd be nocturnal again. So yeah, that was just a fun little thing. Also, if you've hopped in here because of the other trial, we will go back there. I just wanted to get this one before the judge removes it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work for the Gulf County Sheriff's Office in investigations.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked for Gulf County Sheriff's Office since May of 2019 till the present day.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I've worked for Calhoun County Sheriff's Office from September 2017 to May of 2019. And prior to that, I worked for Putnam County Sheriff's Office from May 2007 to September 2017.
And you told us that you are in investigations at the Gulf County Sheriff's Office?
That's correct.
Prior to, or when did you first become an investigator with the Sheriff's Office?
June of 2023.
Last year. And before you became an investigator, what were your duties at the Sheriff's Office?
I worked for patrol.
As part of your duties as an investigator at the Sheriff's Office, were you tasked with looking at some surveillance videos from the Dollar General regarding this case involving this defendant, Demetrius Riley?
I was.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Investigator Goodman, let me show you what we have previously marked as state's exhibits for A, B, C, and D, and have you take a look at those. This will be marked A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
And Investigator Goodman, do you recognize these 4 videos or 4 discs?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are 4 different camera angles of the video surveillance store footage.
From the Dollar General?
Yes,
From the night of August 8th, 2023?
that is correct.
And these were received from the manager, Ms. Hamlin, from the Dollar General?
That's correct.
And has anything been added or deleted from them other than editing some of the time frames?
Nothing.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce and publish into evidence state's exhibits for A, B, C, and D.
Any objection?
No, sir.
The exhibits will be admitted. You may publish.
All right, so Investigator Goodman, and if you need to, Your Honor, maybe step down to help work the computer.
Yes, you may.
We'll come over here to the computer. It will play on all the screens you see here for the jury. So if you need to pause it, let us, but this, we will let state's exhibit 4A kind of play through. And then the other exhibits are just different angles from the same location. Is that correct? Or different cameras from the same location?
Same location, same time frame, just different camera angles.
All right, so what we're about to see are just 4 different points of views from different cameras.
That's correct.
All right, so what I would like for you to do is just stop when you need to and explain to the jury what we see, okay?
Okay.
My glasses, this won't work.
Helps if I unmute. I said now I look studious with a little bit of a halo.
Start. This state's exhibit 4A. And before we play State's Exhibit 4A, were there any surveillance cameras that showed the outside or the parking lot area of the Dollar General in question?
They do not have any outsourced notes.
All right, so 4A. Takes a little bit to think, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Anyway, in the meantime, I got new slippers and the one ear is coming off already.
While we're waiting, let's see if a few minutes, is the player that is necessary to view the surveillance videos from the Dollar General.
That's correct.
Dollar General.
I never actually identified, but I do know that that was Antoine that just walked in. And this is Jasmine Atera. And the current time at this time would be 9:05 Central Time.
And that's PM.
That's correct, PM. And if you'll notice, here is Demetrius Riley walking in with an unidentified female. And it's 9:05 PM.
And is Mr. Love still, or had he come in, but he went back outside, sat in the chair?
Yes.
We do get to see footage, so I don't know if they rehash it. Was Kitty jealous and attacked the slipper? They actually don't care about them, hey? And they're bunnies.
I see the cursor back in this area right here. Is that where the defendant Demetrius Riley went to?
Correct.
And is this Mr. Love coming back inside the door?
That's correct.
And do you know who else was over here where Mr. Riley went?
And another camera angle, you can see Mr. Riley approach Ashley Cloud.
Okay, all right.
I think I estimated that Mr. Riley and Miss Ashley Cloud were talking for approximately 13 minutes over there near the health and beauty aisles of the store.
Should we skip? I feel like we should because he's talking about stuff we can't see, and then we see it in a little bit, and we've heard from like other officers.
Period. Is the defendant and Miss Cloud still back up kind of towards the top?
Yeah, they're in this area.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make the wait. There we go. Wasn't that far to skip. Finally. Nope. I also just want to point out this is 1.5 speed. Feels like we're going backwards in time. And the court is still live, but it's in recess. I know who the judge looks like. He looks like Kanye. This whole time it's been bothering me.
left one back outside.
That is.
Cursor
Oh.
around the movement right in this area. Are Jasmine and Antoine still in this area?
I believe so, but I can't really tell.
Defendant and Miss Cloud are still in this area, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they pretty much stay right in that area the entire time.
Okay, that just a minute.
Sorry, just a sec. Okay. Well, that's no good. I was trying to zoom in for you guys to see.
Oh, yeah, that looks like Antoine right there. That's Jasmine. Antoine looks like he's walking towards Mr. Riley and Miss Cloud.
Thanks, Jen.
Correct.
Pause it for just a moment. Right here. Who's that that we see right here?
That's Mr. Riley.
And Paul's unfortunately behind the right here. But are you able to tell me who that is?
Well, I'm there from looking at the other video. That's Antoine.
All right.
Right here. You see Mr. Riley walking to the register that Mr. Love is working at and appear to exchange words with.
It's 919.
Correct. They both exit the store.
Paul's it right there. Who is that that is in front of Mr. Riley right there?
That's Mrs. Atera. You can see like a little activity at this point. You can see it better on the camera angle outside.
Can you pause it for just a moment? Where the cursor is right here at the front door. Mr. Love's right here. Is that right? He's about to walk into the door.
I think he may have backed up. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Riley or Mr. Love at this point. It's hard to tell.
Like it, uh,
Yeah, that's Mr.
That's
Love.
Mr. Love. Okay.
Correct.
So he walked back in the store.
Correct.
And that's him right here about to go back out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Got his phone in his hand.
Yes, and it looks like Mrs. Cloud is over here trying to lock the door, close the door. You saw there's a door. And you see.
Investigator Goodman, if you want to adjust that microphone so that everyone can hear you clearly, your voice trails off sometimes.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
All right, at this point, you can see Mr. Love running backwards.
And is that Miss Cloud where the cursor is?
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to do this quick. Switch to there. No, switch to there. If you're on mobile, you can just pinch to zoom. Then you, oh, that was fun. Then you can see it at a good thing because I can't zoom in for you guys. Why are they running out like that? That was weird. Big screen TV. Can you see decently, Donald? Because I couldn't see anything that they're talking about.
That's Mrs. Cloud entering the store. It looks like, I think this is when she grabs a towel.
This is about 9:21.
That's correct.
Pause it right there. Who's that we see that just walked in?
There's Cindy Love and Ashley Cloud, and in the video, it appears as if she's got the towel wrapped around his arm. And that also looks like Antoine. And
Okay, if you'll pause right there. What do we see in the doorway right there?
okay, this is at 9:22 p.m. There's an unidentified white female that appears to be holding a knife by her thumb and finger.
Right?
This time you see Cindy Love sitting down in the chair, and Mrs. Cloud is tending to his arm. All right.
Is that the lady again?
Still holding the knife, correct?
They said he had a lot of blood, but
And
there's
then
no like
after
blood
this is that
around.
when, EMS arrived and then later the Gulf County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Put in 4B. And while this loads, because it has to go through the same process, is this going to be the same time period, but just from a different camera?
That is correct.
Any objection to 2 times speed for this slow part? Because you can also slow it down on your side. Let's see if it's too quick. Let's bump up to 1.75 first. Let our brains adjust, then go.
Of sitting outside like he was at the beginning.
Color surveillance video of the front entrance of the Dollar General store.
You can, and like I said, this is the same time period that we saw in the other video. So
Correct.
if you can, if you would like to just fast forward, I think that's where the cursor is over here. That's Mr. Love sitting outside like he was at the beginning of the other video. If you want to fast forward until we see Jasmine, Antoine, and Mr. Riley enter around or start around the 9:04 time period.
Okay.
And is that Mr. Love?
That's correct.
I need to zoom again. Ouchies, my ears.
At this time, Mr. Antoine's entering the store. This is Jasmine Antero. This is Demetrius Riley. And at 9:06 p.m., Cindy Love enters the store.
If you want to pause it just there, and if you want to, the time period we're going to fast forward through will be when we saw Mr. Love bringing in the carts, other customers coming in. If you will fast forward to around 9:18. And this time period too that we have fast forwarded through will be when the defendant and Miss Cloud are in the back. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So now we are at 9:18.
Is that Mr. Love?
That is. Okay, the time now is 9:19 PM, and this is Mr. Love, and then he'll be followed by Mr. Riley exiting the store. And that is Jasmine Otero with Mr. Riley. And that was Antoine, and that's Mrs. Cloud.
Is that Mr. Love walking back in?
That is. And that was Mr. Love backing up with Mr. Riley pursuing him across the front of the store.
It does a bit, but I think we get the gist of the CCTV. They just leave so many big gaps in between. And they're still going, by the way. The live is still going.
That's Mrs. Cloud entering the store. That's Mrs. Cloud leaving the store with a towel. That's Mrs. Cloud entering the store with Cindy Love and then Antoine behind her. And if you'll notice in the entrance is the unidentified lady holding the knife between her fingers.
Antoine said he was covered in blood, but I don't. Like, we saw the hospital pictures, but I just can't tell if everyone was like playing it up a bit.
Still holding the knife.
Correct.
Before C. To the 9:19. Is that Mr. Love behind the counter?
That's correct. That's Mr. Riley approaching Mr. Love at the counter.
Did you guys hear the cat?
Woody. Hey. So this, what we see is this the where in 4A and 4B we were motioning in over on the top left where the defendant and his cloud were.
Correct.
If you want to fast forward to about 9:05 and 30 seconds.
My goodness, how many
You see here,
angles?
Mrs. Cloud is,
You'll move the cursor up there. where the
looks like she's restocking the
Okay.
backside of that aisle.
See your head pop up every now and there she is.
Yeah. At this time, you see Mr. Riley approach Mrs. Cloud.
They're arguing.
Like 5 and 6.
That's correct.
Basically, we saw what we did on the video. They would be on the screen. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to look behind you to see what will be on all the TVs, but try to speak loud enough so you can tell the jury what we see in each photograph, and we'll kind of go through them as quickly as we can. But
Well.
so in the book,
Mhm.
the exact same photos that are in the book will be on the screen. So if it's easier for you to
Are you going to go in the exact order that they are in? Okay.
we'll just start at tab 5. We will start with 5A. We see in 5A.
5A is a still image of. Okay. 5A is a still image of Demetrius Riley walking into the front entrance of the Dollar General store.
5B.
5B is a still image of Sydney Love walking into the front entrance of the Dollar General store.
And 5C.
5C is a still image of Demetrius Riley and Ashley Cloud having a discussion.
Skip ahead. Let me go back to, sorry, to 5C. Just a button. Okay. 5D.
That is another still
Okay, these are
image
stills
of
5L.
of what we saw.
exit the store. Just him and then Antoine's behind both of them.
Oh, whoa, look at his legs.
We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Okay. Recess, we're gaining some ground here.
Interviews. Got it.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If you'll tell us your name and spell your last name for us.
Andrew White, WHITE.
All right, Ms. Smith, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Where do you work?
The Gulf County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you worked there?
since May of 2016.
What are your current job duties?
I'm currently assigned as a supervisor of the Criminal Investigations Division.
And can you just briefly tell the jury a little bit about what you do every day?
I investigate any types of crimes, property crimes, people crimes, interview suspects, and that's about it.
Respond to calls for
Respond to
service?
calls, correct?
Now, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
I worked at the Department of Corrections for about 3 years.
And were you a criminal investigator with the Hill County Sheriff's Office back on August 8th of last year, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that day, I believe into the next morning of August 9th, did you respond to a call for service that involved an incident that occurred at Dollar General in Wheelock?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury how you, or what did you do first when you became involved in the investigation of the case?
I was first contacted by the patrol lieutenant, Tim Wood. I then traveled to the hospital, I think it was Bay Medical in Panama City, and I requested our crime scene investigator to respond to the scene.
So you were called out by a lieutenant and you went to the hospital to interview. Who did you interview there?
The victim, Sydney Love.
And then Investigator Greenwood, the crime scene investigator that we've already heard from today, you directed him to go to the Dollar General. Is that correct?
Correct.
On that night of August 8th, did you yourself ever go to the Dollar General store?
No, ma'am.
All right. And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Calls are so disruptive, and it just takes more time than sending it in a message or an email. And people think it's faster, but it's not.
Let me show you what we have previously marked as State's Exhibit number 7 and State's Exhibit number 8 and ask you to take a look at those.
Okay.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize them to be?
They are 2 buckle swab kits, one for Sydney Love and the second one for Demetrius Riley.
And we'll get to what those are in just a moment, but are these in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them and have your evidence notations on there?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit number 8.
Any objection?
No, sir.
States Exhibit 7 and 8 will be received.
Now, Sergeant White, what we see there in State's Exhibit 7 and State's Exhibit number 8, you said was a buckle swab kit. Can you tell the jury what that means?
It's a kit that includes 3 cotton swabs, and it's used for collecting a DNA sample from a person for later testing.
And did you yourself collect the buccal swab kit from, we'll start with State's Exhibit number 7, which is Sydney Love's buccal swab. Did you collect that yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury the process that you go through when, or the person goes through when you collect their buccal swabs.
Okay. With Sydney, I first got his consent, which he gave me. I then asked him to rinse his mouth out, spit it out with water. I observed him for about 5 minutes, and then I took 3 samples from his mouth, one on the left side of his cheek, one on the right side, and then one on the tongue. I then secured the sample or the swabs back in the kit, put evidence tape, initial it, and then submitted into evidence.
And then State's Exhibit number 8, the defendant Demetrius Riley's buccal swab. Is that the same process that you have him go through with rinsing the mouth and collecting the buccal swabs that you did, that you just told us about for Mr. Love?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Sergeant White, through your investigation of this case, the may I approach you?
You may.
And the knife that we have previously introduced, as State's Exhibit number 3, was this knife sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have additional testing done on it?
Yes.
Was it tested for both prints as well as DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I would like to talk to you about the prints for just a moment. What was the results of, well, let me ask you this. Was a print found on Exhibit number 3, the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that print belong to the defendant in this case, Mr. Riley?
No, ma'am.
Did you send the what we call the known print of the victim, Mr. Love, off in this case?
No, ma'am.
And we'll hear from another witness who said it was also sent for DNA testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Sergeant White, through your investigation, did you have an opportunity to view the surveillance videos concerning the incident at the Dollar General?
Yes, ma'am.
And through your review of those videos, did you learn that additional people had either kicked and or touched the knife that's in State's Exhibit number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
Mr. Hill?
Investigator White or Sergeant White, during your investigation, you said that you watched some of the surveillance videos. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
When you watched that surveillance video, did you observe a white female holding a knife at the scene of this incident?
Yes, sir.
Did you also observe that same white female conducting a transaction at the register using a credit card?
I don't recall seeing that. I don't remember it. I'll say that.
What efforts or what steps did you take to identify the white female that we've seen on pictures and video holding that knife?
I was never able to locate her or learn her name. It's my understanding she was not on scene when the units arrived.
During your investigation of this case, it's my understanding that you made contact with Mr. Riley, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you made contact with Mr. Riley, did he have injuries on him?
Yes, sir.
And did you photograph those injuries?
Yes, sir.
Judge, my approach?
You may.
Judge, may we approach for just one moment?
Yes. Need the court reporter?
Yes, please.
Ready, Madam Court reporter? Yes, sir.
You will, Sergeant White. Take a look at what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1 through 6. Please.
Okay.
You recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Are those the photographs that you took of Mr. Riley?
Yes, sir.
When did you take those photographs?
Before his interview.
Okay. And do you recall what date that was?
I'd have to refer to my report. I believe it was a couple days after
All right.
the incident.
Judge, this time I'm moving to evidence Defendants 1 through 6.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defendants 1 through 6 will be admitted, and you can publish if you so desire. This composite exhibit?
Yes.
All right, so we'll call it A 1 through 6.
Investigator White, you said those photographs were taken a few days after the incident when you interviewed Mr. Riley.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, that you've never sent Mr. Love's prints or had his print sent to FDLE for comparison to the fingerprint that was found on the knife, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I got, Judge.
Ms. Smith, any redirect?
Sergeant, what you saw the defendant 2 days later on August 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't know where he had been or what he was doing for those 2 days in between, do you?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, was he there when Sergeant McCorvey got to the scene?
No, ma'am, he was not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may Investigator White be released?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay,
But no
Investigator,
courthouse.
you're free to go about your day. If the lawyers need you, they'll let you know, but please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else but the lawyers.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Ms. Smith, you can call your next witness.
Jennifer Wilkerson.
Left behind from a person left behind.
How long you been doing that?
If you'll tell us your
To your knowledge, was
next witness.
Jennifer Wilkerson.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you'll tell us your name and spell your last name.
Jennifer Wilkerson, Wilkerson.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, you may inquire whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And where do you work?
I'm a crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in both the biology and crime scene sections.
How long you been doing that?
For biology, which is my involvement in this case, I started in that section in 2006.
Can you just briefly tell the jury what that means every day to be an analyst in the crime lab analyst in the biology section?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids like blood or semen. I'll also be asked to swab items for skin cells that were left behind from a person that touched it or wore that item. I'll then take that on and develop a DNA profile, and then I'll compare that DNA profile to other DNA profiles in the case.
Approximately, how many times have you worked an item with the presence or absence of a biological specimen? Or
I've run about 20,000 samples through the DNA process, but sometimes items have more than one sample off of them.
it's a lot.
A lot, yes.
All right. And can you briefly tell the jury what your training, experience, and educational background is that qualifies you for that job?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the College of William and Mary. I have a master's degree in biomedical sciences from Eastern Virginia Medical School. I have a master's degree in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University. And I've completed the approximate 1-year training program with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for serology and DNA testing.
And have you testified in courts before concerning your results of items of evidence that you tested?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
about 195 times.
At this time, if Mr. Hill would like to voir dire the witness.
Mr. Hill?
No question, Judge.
All right, Ms. Wilkerson can testify in the form of an opinion.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ms. Wilkerson, this case that we're on today, State of Florida versus Demetrius Riley, were you given items of evidence for this case to work for what we call DNA?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury or tell the jury briefly, because I know it gets long-winded sometimes, but explain to the jury what DNA is and how you find it, and is it unique to each of us?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's your genetic blueprint. Kind of like the blueprint for your house is going to tell you where the bedroom is and the kitchen. Your DNA is ultimately going to tell you what color hair you're going to have, what color eyes, how many fingers and toes, and you get half from your mother and half from your father. Everybody's DNA is unique to them except identical twins. They look alike because they have the same DNA.
Now, the witness before you talked a little bit about a buccal swab and buccal swabs that he collected. Were you given 2 buccal swabs in this case as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Okay.
Ms. Wilkerson, I'm going to show you what has already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit number 3 and 7 and 8, and have you take a look at those, ma'am.
And do you recognize those exhibits, ma'am?
Yes.
And let's start specifically, or let me ask you this first. State's exhibit number 3, the 9th that has been introduced. We've learned that it was worked for both prints as well as for DNA through yourself. Can you explain to the jury the process that this knife would have gone through to be worked for both of those?
So the knife would come to biology first for DNA testing. So I swabbed the knife. There appeared to be suspected blood on the blade. I swabbed that, and I swabbed narrow edges of the handle because I leave the larger smooth areas for the latent print section.
And why do you leave the larger smooth surfaces for the latent print section?
Because that's the best spot for them to develop a fingerprint that they could use to compare.
Now, let me ask you this question. If, is our DNA, can you get what we call touch DNA if someone touches an item?
Yes.
And is there something called wearer DNA that if someone wears an item, like let's say this shirt I'm wearing, would it be, could you test it potentially to see if there was any wearer DNA on my shirt?
Yes.
And in this type of, or this knife that you tested, what were you looking for on this knife?
So for the blade, since there appeared to be blood on it, I was going to try to get DNA from the blood, so the body fluid type DNA. And then the handle, the small areas that I could swab because I didn't want to mess up any potential fingerprints, I was actually looking for touch DNA for the person that held the knife.
Okay. All right. Now, is it possible for someone to touch something and not leave their DNA behind?
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that someone didn't touch it, correct?
Correct.
Same thing with wearer DNA.
Yes, you could wear something and not leave your DNA on it, but that doesn't mean you didn't wear it.
Okay. All right. Would that go for a print as well?
The fingerprints, I believe, are much harder to get a fingerprint off of something because of the nature of them. Like if you touch it and move, you might smear it.
All right. And we got my notes. Now you said on the knife on State's Exhibit 3 that you took a swabbing.
Yes, I ultimately ended up taking 3 swabbings of it.
Okay. Let's talk about first, did you do the color change test to see if there was any human blood on the knife?
Yes.
And was there determined to be human blood on the knife?
Yes, the color change test, and I used what's called an immunological assay. That's the test for the human part, not for the blood part. They both gave results consistent with human blood.
And I believe the 3 swabs you took, the first swab was from the suspected blood from the blade of the knife.
Yes.
And the second one was from you said the narrow edges of the handle.
Yes.
And the third one, the swabbing from the blade and the handle.
Yes.
Okay, 1.4. And were you able to, and let me ask you this next. So after you took the swabbings, did you then get the buccal swabs that are in states 7 and 8 as items to compare with the DNA you found on your swabs?
Yes.
And I believe that State's Exhibit 7 was the buccal swab from Sydney Love, and State's Exhibit 8 is from the defendant Demetrius Riley.
Yes.
From the blood that you were able to find on the knife, were you able to match that to either the defendant, Mr. Riley, or Sydney Love?
Yes, I developed a complete DNA profile from item 1.4, the swabbing of suspected blood from the blade and handle, and that matched Sydney Love.
So State's Exhibit 3 that we see up there, the blood that's on the blade and the handle, you were able to match to the buccal swab of Sydney Love.
Yes.
What we know that is the known DNA of Sydney Love.
Yes.
And did you come up with a calculation as to the consistency of, or the likelihood that that blood is Sydney Love's over anyone else's?
Yes.
And what was that?
So the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Sydney Love than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
So 700 billion times more likely that that blood is Sydney Love's than anyone else. Is that correct?
The actual
way to say it?
the actual number is greater than 700 billion, but it basically shows extremely strong support. That is the highest number I report out, that the blood is from Sydney.
And if you know about how many people are on the earth today?
It's around 8 billion.
This was greater than 700 billion.
Yes.
No further. Oh, let me ask you this. Did you the buccal swab of Demetrius Riley? Was any of the blood found on there? That's what you found was the blood, the DNA. Did any of that match the defendant in this case, Demetrius Riley?
No.
All right. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Hill.
Ms. Wilkerson, on your report that you provided to us in this case, there were 3 separate swabbings that you testified that you collected from the item of evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
And according to your report, you labeled them 1.1, 1.2, and 1.4. Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yes.
What happened to 1.3? 1.1, 1.2, and 1.4.
Sorry, playing my videos through the thing, and now you're gonna hear it. I'm just pausing because I think it's 4:10 in Florida, so I think there's only like an hour left of the day. I went over to a different tab and checked the live, and they are still live, but it's just the judge. I don't know if he's going over jury instructions. I might need someone to be on like verdict watch or something because there's like 45 minutes left of my day. They need to move it along.
The knife actually went to Leighton, the Leighton print section, and they created a 1.3. I'm unsure what exactly it was, but they did that.
So you collected a swabbing of suspected blood from the blade, which would have been 1.1. Then you collected a swabbing of the narrow edges of the handle, which you identified as 1.2, and then a swabbing of suspected blood from the blade and handle, which is 1.4. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Judge, can I approach the
You may.
computer? Smith, I may need your assistance to pull up a photograph. Ms. Wilkerson, if you could turn around and look at the computer screen behind you. Is that the item of evidence that you collected your samples from in this case?
Yes.
All right. Now, I heard you testify earlier that you preserved the blade for latent print testing. Is that accurate still?
Yes, plus other areas.
Okay. Where on the blade of the knife did you take your sample of blood for testing in this case?
From the initial swab, 1.1, from the edge of the cutting edge.
Cutting edge?
Yes.
And you said there was 1.4, there was a swabbing of the blade and the handle. Now, where on the knife did you take that sample from?
So when I took 1.4, it had already been through the latent print section and came back to me when the blood did not produce, the first sample didn't produce a DNA profile, so I swabbed it again. I swabbed much more of the remaining blood that was left on the blade and handle.
So the first sample you collected, and if we're looking at this knife, there's about in the middle of the cutting edge of the blade, there appears to be blood. Is that accurate?
Yes, there's red staining on it.
All right. Is that where you collected sample 1.1 from?
No, it was just from the cutting edge.
Okay, when you say the cutting edge, because I'm thinking the cutting edge is the sharp part of the knife. So what is the cutting edge to you?
I thought you meant the little spots that were on the other part of the knife.
No, ma'am, I'm talking about, you got the 2 holes in the knife and
Yes.
directly above it, there's a red substance on the cutting part of the blade. Is that where you collected your sample 1.1 from?
Yes.
Okay. And that sample was negative for DNA, correct?
The DNA, there was not enough DNA in the sample and it didn't even make it all the way through the DNA process.
So the knife went to, you said it went to latent prints and then it come back and you did a subsequent collection of samples from the blade and the handle, which turned out to be 1.4, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Riley's DNA was not found on the knife, correct?
Correct.
And you, in your analysis, did you also find evidence that another person's DNA was also on this knife?
There was a small amount of a second person's DNA on sample 1.4, but it was so limited it was not interpretable.
That one other person?
It was like 2 additional DNA peaks on there, so it was just not interpretable. It could be from 1 person or 2 people.
That's all I got, Judge.
And Ms. Smith, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wilkerson, ma'am, thank you for your testimony and safe travels back to Pensacola.
Yes, Pensacola.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes. Do we need the court reporter? Okay.
Sorry, guys, just a sec. I need to grab my headphones. Just give me 1 sec. I'll be back now. Because I was listening on my phone, but there's a slight delay because I was watching like same time. Aria's left us looking at a tree. Well, I guess it was better than that black screen. That knife is usually used by warehouse workers to cut boxes and twine and rope. I think Vaughan has one similar, but like I was thinking of kind of like more Swiss Army-ish thing. So he was like, yeah, it's a normal knife. Okay, let's see what's happening. Did they say they're going to sidebar?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
That sounded like a song.
It was also on this knife. It was also on this.
2 additional DNA peaks.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Wilkerson, ma'am, thank you for your testimony and safe travels back to Pensacola.
Yes, Pensacola.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Do we need the court reporter? Okay.
He's got such a, I don't know how to explain, like such a friendly look on his face all the time. That was quick.
All right, Ms. Smith, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, there are matters that require consideration by me and me alone. So we're going to take a recess, I'll say about 20 minutes for me to handle those matters. And we'll come back and hopefully we'll be able to fast stream things. I can read you the instructions possibly, and we can get this matter in your hands. I will all stand as you exit the courtroom.
A willing mutual.
It reads, to prove the crime of aggravated battery, state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Hill, in the state of Florida. So it'll be 23 CF. Lesser included is battery, Mr. Hill.
Yes, sir, that's the only.
And it does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using non-deadly force.
So we found ourselves at jury instructions. Why does my phone, as in SIRI, keep thinking that I'm talking about her? I'm not asking her to hang out. So the only thing is, if they're on break for 20 minutes and then they're going to do closing and then they're going to tell jury instructions, I don't think we can wait around for that. But I'm so worried because this judge deletes the stream so fast. And I just cannot go on not knowing the verdict. I mean, like, at this point, I'm going to just put it a little.
Enters or attempts to enter another's dwelling. Doing so, that does not apply.
Oh, I'm not going to do that. Let's do this. What is your verdict? Okay. Do non-American courts also stand when the magistrate or judge or jury leaves the courtroom? So I can't speak for jury because we don't have a jury, but I think that they do stand. Can I show you this without? Give me a minute. I'm going to quickly switch this over to the judge's stream.
First time, Judge, when they walked out the door, there was the testimony from Ms. Otero that each swung and did not make contact.
Okay. Now I should be able to. Which one can I show you? I'm gonna go to. I hope it's not too distracting with it coming through two places. I'm just quickly trying to find the one like small trial that I'd saved that there isn't really much of, because that'll show us. Just looking for it quick. Here's a bail hearing. So this was a pretty weird story. This little girl was kidnapped, but it landed up being a suspended teacher and a close friend, suspended teacher / close friend. It's going to start any minute now. Yeah. So yeah, they stood for the judge. I think this is the accused. But I vaguely remember it being like a cutesy blonde person. Oh no, here they are.
Case number B552 of 19, State versus Esther Katarina Human and Letitia Nell and Peter Jacobus van Sale.
This is in South Africa.
Appearances are as before, Your Worship.
It's in South Africa, but it's up north. It was in Gauteng, which is where, if you know Johannesburg's in Gauteng. So it was the teacher / friend. I'm going to read the story in a bit. I just want to show you how it plays out because I think they stay standing.
Except that today, Your Worship, legal aid or accused number or applicant number 3, Your Worship, is represented by Mr. Mafian, also from the same office of Mr. Chiro, Legal Aid Board, South Africa. Your Worship, this matter was postponed up until today for the process of judgment in a formal bail application Schedule 1 offense. As the court pleases, Your Worship.
Thank you, ma'am.
As the court pleases, Your Worship.
Ms. Hester Katharina Human. That's you, ma'am. We can confirm that you do understand English and you are comfortable in proceeding in English, right? Ms. Letitia Nell, the same goes for you, ma'am. English is fine for you. And Mr. Peter Jacobus van Zyl. All right. You confirm also English is suitable. All right, thank you. Mr. May. You on record for the first?
I'm on record for the first applicant, Your Worship, Mrs. Imam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr.
Mr. Court, Your Worship, I'm here for applicant number 2, Letitia Nell.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship. I'm here for applicant number 3, Mr. Van Zyl. Mr. Van Zyl.
Mr. Mafian is for Mr. Van Zyl.
Correct, Your Worship.
Normally it's my lord or my lady. It's strange that it was my worship. Just want to hear what's going on here. We're still on jury instructions there. I'm hoping they say what happened, because the summary, the update that I found is not great. Rubbish, actually.
Okay, we can begin then. This is the judgment being delivered in the formal bail application of the applicants in the matter. Sorry, before we continue, please take a seat. Judgment being delivered in the formal bail application of the applicants in the matter under case number B522/19, being the accused in the matter, Ms. Hester Katharina Human, Ms. Letitia Nell, and Mr. Peter Jacobus van Zyl. Hereinafter referred to as applicants 1, 2, and 3 respectively, alternatively collectively as the applicants. From the outset, due to the severity of the crime, the huge public and media interest in the matter, the facts and circumstances of this case, the court has, as it always does, prepared a comprehensive judgment in its assessment of the evidence, and as such, the judgment which follows is perceived to be long, extensive, and perhaps to the untrained mind even boring. Perhaps also it might be necessary, seeing the video and other recording equipment, putting this court in the spotlight, that we might even declare or decide on an intermission, as is known in the media circles, halfway through the judgment. All of the parties present here today, the applicants themselves, the legal representatives for the applicants, the court officials, the media, family members, and all others here are humbly requested then to persevere and be patient in anticipation of the finality of this long and arduous formal bail application. The court thanks you in advance. The applicants, according to the charge sheet, are hereby charged with 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of extortion, being the charges against the applicants. More specifically, the applicants are charged with the crime of kidnapping on the allegations that upon 2 September 2019 and at or near Vanderbijl Park in the district of Vanderbijl Park, the applicants did unlawfully and intentionally deprive Amy Lee de Jager, 6 years of age, of her freedom of movement by means of force, and taking her to plot 24 Rosashof and keeping her there against her will from the hours of 7:30 a.m. until the hours of 2:15 a.m. on 3 September 2019. Furthermore, and in addition thereto, the applicants are also charged with the crime of extortion on the allegations that on or about 2 September 2019 and at or near Van der Bijl Park in the district of Gauteng, the region of Gauteng, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally induce, threaten, subject to pressure or inspire fear in the mind of Daniel de Jager by threatening to kill his 6-year-old daughter, Amy Lee de Jager, and did then by means of the said threat, inducement or pressure, unlawfully and intentionally obtain an advantage not due to him or her, to wit, requesting a ransom of 2 million rand for her release. Those two counts then form the basis of the charges of why the accused persons or the applicants appear here today. The applicants were arrested on 4 September 2019 and made their first appearance at court on 9 September 2019. Mr. Van Heerden at that stage appearing for and on behalf of applicant number 1, and Mr. Venter appearing for and on behalf of applicant number 2. Applicant number 3 elected to apply for legal aid after the court explained his legal rights to him, and Mr. Chirwa of Legal Aid South Africa took instructions and confirmed his appearance for and on behalf of applicant number 3. The state submitted that the offences with which the applicants are charged with falls within a Schedule 1 bail application, and that the state is nonetheless opposing the release of the applicants on bail. All 3 legal representatives confirmed the schedule of the offences.
Steve, so first of all, no jury yet. Just a lot of noisy court doors and whatnot. They're being charged for causing the father distress, not the father causing distress.
And the matter was remanded to 19 September 2019 for a formal bail application before this court. The 3 applicants were accordingly remanded into custody. The court, as will be noted, has not and will not deal with the issue or issues relating to the application by the various media publications and or houses, including but not limited to Netwerk 24, for the proceedings in court to be televised, broadcasted and or taped, including but not limited to proceedings relating to the audio-visual recording of the proceedings, the bail proceedings, and that such recordings be disseminated by way of live and or delayed streaming, referred to commonly as the media application. The media application, save to state that such application was granted, subject to certain and or other strict conditions, formed the subject of its own interlocutory application, where a ruling and an order was made with reasons in respect of that particular application. Accordingly, the media application has no bearing on the bail application today, and save for making certain quick references thereto, it will not feature for purposes of this judgment. Nonetheless, on 19 September 2019, the formal bail application of the applicants commenced, with Mr. May appearing now on behalf of applicants number 1, and Mr. Venter and Mr. Chirwa as before on behalf of applicants number 2 and 3 respectively. On the day, the state called the investigating officer in the matter, 1 Warrant Officer Clayton George Motlaung, to testify in support of the state's opposition to the formal bail application of the applicants. Due to time constraints, the matter was remanded and rolled over to 20 September 2019 for the resumption of the now part-heard formal bail application. On 20 September 2019, the proceedings resumed, with the investigating officer taking the stand and furnishing further evidence. On conclusion of the investigating officer's testimony, the state elected not to call any other witnesses or present any other evidence, and the state closed its case. The proceedings were remanded then to 1 October 2019 for the applicant's case. At this juncture, the applicants, more specifically applicants number 1 and applicant number 2, made an interlocutory application for them to be henceforth detained at the local police cells instead of the prison facilities where they were remanded to. With regard to this, just like the media application, save for stating that this application was actually dismissed, same forms the subject of its own application where a ruling and an order was made with reasons in this application. As same too has no bearing on this application for bail, it will not feature in this judgment.
At Reliance School, College Park, that's in Vanderbijl Park, was allegedly involved in the abduction of Emily Diaga. The 6-year-old was snatched up outside the school last Monday. This story now. A teacher at Reliance School, College Park, that's in Vanderbijl Park, was allegedly involved in the abduction of Emily Diaga. The 6-year-old was snatched outside the school last Monday and found the following day. 3 suspects, including the teacher, are expected to appear in court today. To discuss this, Jane, you're joined by one of the school governing bodies representatives.
Correct. Matakanya, thank you very much for coming in.
Good morning. Good morning.
What is your response to this horrific story?
Firstly, Jane would like to congratulate parents for standing up now as we made this call some times ago. Now parents have now started signaling that they are up in arms in defense of the education of their children. Firstly, before even I answer that, is that you have seen parents in Queen's High ejecting the pedophile there, and we are so happy. Now, the same applies to the school in Vanderbijl Park, where the parents quickly stood up, and then the school governing body, and then made sure that the perpetrators are caught up in no time before even they disappeared. So we like to congratulate the working together of parents, the working together of teachers, the working together of the department, and this is what we have been calling for quite a time.
Okay, so parents have revolted as they should, but we shouldn't have been here in the first place. I mean, what went wrong there?
Now, the story that we have had is that it appears that these teachers were involved with some drug dealers. So it is alleged that the father's child apparently is somebody who has business, who has got money. So when they abducted this child, then they would demand a ransom from the father. Then the father will give them money. Then this how they.
But what concerns me is the fact that this is happening in.
So that's where the distress comes in, because they demanded ransom. It put the father under distress. That's why. So I think they also just like added on a bunch of charges. And the thing is, like, because we don't have a jury, it's up to someone who knows and understands the law to then say at the end of the day, like, no, that's too much. It's not up to everyday people. So the judge would be assessing on the law as it is. And then there's also generally 2, I don't know what to call them, helper people that will say to the judge, like, no, it is or it isn't. Also, I literally have to be in bed in 20 minutes, and I don't really know what's going to happen with this verdict because they're still discussing the jury questions. So, I don't know.
In our schools, the sort of access to information that the teacher must have had. You know, there's speculation that the teacher was friends with the mum. We don't know that yet. But surely the teacher has a lot of information about the child, the parents, all that sort of information that you submit willingly to the school when you send your children there.
Yes, it is true that there's no way that you can you can hide that information. Where the child stays, who's the father of the child, who's the mother, and all those things. I mean, as a teacher, you have to know that information in order that you are able to assist the child if ever the child needs assistance. Then that information exposed to the teacher. But now, in this instant, the teacher misused the information for his own benefits and for his own interest, in the sense that, as I've explained, what was the interest of the teacher, in this sense.
So how do we stop that sort of thing from happening? How do we stop the use of that kind of precious information?
No. Hence we said the parents must stand up so that quickly this type of people must be arrested, like what it happened with those teachers.
But surely we can't wait for that to happen. That person shouldn't be in the school in the first place.
It is true. That's why we are calling on the Department of Education to ensure that they vet this type of teachers even before they come into the school. And we're saying,
okay, now we're just talking rubbish.
The Department of Teachers must hold to.
Teachers knew about it happening, and yet they were years.
And those corrupt
elements. Okay, you get it. Basically, you got the story of the background. They the teacher orchestrated it. She had all the information, and that's how she went about it. They grabbed the child from school, demanded 2 million rand bail money, which it's 18 to the dollar at the moment. So if you want to work that out, it's a lot of money. 2 million is like 2 houses. And that was because Blondie there, the first one, had drug debt. So, and then I think the worst part was they dropped the little girl off like a little way away from her house, and children can't walk around at night by themselves at that age.
On 1 October 2019, the proceedings resumed with each of the applicants electing to proceed with their application as they are entitled to by way of an affidavit in support of their bail application, and without electing to present any oral testimony and/or any other evidence, nor electing to call any witness or witnesses to support their respective applications. On conclusion of the applicant's evidence, the applicants closed their respective cases and each of the parties presented closing arguments. The proceedings were then remanded to today for purposes of judgment in respect of the bail application only. The court will, for purposes of this judgment, not endeavor to reiterate verbatim the full extent of the testimony, evidence, and/or arguments presented during the course of the proceedings before the court. Same is self-evident, self-explanatory, and common knowledge to the respective officers of the court. And in any event, same also forms part of the record of the proceedings. Doing so verbatim will be unnecessary, cumbersome, and extremely time-consuming, especially in consideration of the fact that there are 3 applicants in the matter, who are all and were all represented legally during the proceedings by the 3 separate and independent legal representatives. In any event, all 3 applicants, as stated, were legally represented throughout the course of the bail proceedings and were all present at court in person. They are therefore and should be well and fully acquainted with such testimony, evidence, and argument that was argued before the court. Nonetheless, the court will favor, for purposes of the record, a brief and concise summary of the relevant testimony or the relevant decisive portions of the testimony, evidence, and arguments at the formal bail application, for purposes simply of clarity relating to the application in itself. As such, The investigating officer, Warrant Officer Mutlaung, as he will be known as the investigating officer, testified under oath that he is the investigating officer in the matter, stationed at the Family Protection Unit in Vereniging. He has 10 years of experience and 6 years as an investigating officer. He confirmed the charges against the...
I had to pause because the judge is talking to the defendant, and I want to just go back. Wait, one sec. Where are you?
There's no evidence of any prior felony convictions or misdemeanors involving dishonesty. And unless you all can point to the testimony, do not believe there's.
And then I need to say goodbye, but I can always go back to that story another time.
Okay, we'll then move forward with the plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. Weighing the evidence. 1 through 5 is standard. Number 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment in order to get the witness to testify? No, I agree. Any pressure or threat been used against the witness? Mr. Hill, you agree? Yes, sir. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with his or her testimony? Keep it in. Roy, or if you wish to see any exhibits, please request to do so in writing. Any objections to sending the exhibits back?
Judge, I would just, if we send the knife back, Judge, we send lots of, you might want to call it, I mean, there is blood and print stuff. I mean, it's, I don't know.
Okay.
Certainly let them know if they want to, they're welcome to, but.
Absolutely.
Or you go send lots and lots of those.
And the knife is states exhibit 3.
Yes, sir.
They want to send the knife?
I'll pull the disc out too, Judge.
And that is
4 A through D.
I could swear you just asked the defendant if he wants to say anything.
I mean, it's, I don't know.
okay.
Certainly let them know if they want to, they're welcome to, but.
Absolutely.
Or you go send lots and lots of those.
Thanks, Donald. If anyone sees the verdict,
And the
maybe I misdropped this.
knife is states exhibit 3.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put this in the description.
I'll pull the disc out too, Judge.
And that is
4 A through D.
okay. So I will tell the jury with the step 4 states exhibit 3, which is the knife, and states exhibit 4 A through D, which are the surveillance videos. The exhibits will be sent to the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see states exhibit 3 or states exhibit 4 A through D, please request to do so in writing, or please request that. Has he done everything that you needed him to do? Have any complaints you want? Has he done everything that you needed? He has asked that I instruct the jury on self-defense to justifiable the use of non-deadly force. Are you in agreement with that? Are you asking that I instruct the jury on any other defense, sir? And are you satisfied with Mr. Hill's services at this time? Has he done everything that you needed him to do? Have any complaints you want me to take up or address right now? All right, Ms. Smith, Mr. Hill, any other questions?
I'm sorry, Judge.
All right. And any issues with the proposed jury instructions, Mr. Riley, that you've listened to me go over? Okay. All right, so what I will do, I'm going to send a copy of the instructions to Ms. Judy and ask that she print us 1, 2, 3 copies. Madam Court Reporter, would you like a copy? Okay. 4 copies.
Okay, well, that was all he said. And that's that. I'll have to check in the morning. I have also added the link in the description in case anyone keeps an eye. Please let me know if you see the outcome. I really hope he just leaves this up for like enough time for us to see the end. And otherwise, thank you for hanging out. If I hop on tomorrow, I'll probably just do like a short update of this and then go back to Dale Warner, because I didn't actually want to divert, but because of the time pressure of this being deleted, I felt like I needed to. Awesome. Thanks, Steve. I'm tempted to leave it open recording on StreamYard for a little bit, but the last time I did that on Judge Simpson, I forgot, and it was like 12 hours or something stupid, and then I ran out of memory. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for modding. Thank you, Josh, for modding. I hope that Recovery Addict gets his lawnmower sorted. I haven't popped in there yet. I was trying to do way too many things at once to add another. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And also, one last thing. The verdict was 60%, 60% guilty, 40% maybe a lesser. No one for not guilty. So I'm leaning guilty as well. And I don't think the lessers. But he's claiming self-defense, so we'll see. Okay, bye for real this time.